Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei Came Back for Revenge Killing and Fell in Love with Ingvild Leviathan Part 2. Before we start, please go support EduardoKenpis for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. Chapter 28. The leader of the 10 Commandments comes out. Everyone is scared since Issei appeared in a very strange form. No one could speak because of the fear that invaded their body. Only one managed to do so. Seraphil, what is that power? He said with fear. Vala, so you came, Ulfus, he said calmly, but inside he was dying of fear. Drake, he is materialized in Mina's hand. Ulfus, tell me, what top would you give that boy? He said seriously through Mina's hand. Ulfus, I would give him the top 3 or 4 of the strongest existence, he said without emotions. Odin, you're saying that we're already more than dead, he said with fear. Ulfus, yes, that's right, she said emotionlessly as she raises her command and creates a barrier where the 3 demons are along with Loki and Issei. Albion, why that? He said curiously. Ulfus, so that they don't escape. What's more, not even the snakes I gave him will help him at all, she said without emotions. The 2 demons along with the god Loki and the demon Shalba who had just arrived were enclosed by a barrier. Shalba, damn you, we have no escape now, he said seriously. Issei, ha ha ha, he just stayed quiet for a while and then started laughing evilly. Loki, how can a human have that power? He said without believing it. Shalba, no matter who it is, we have to kill them, he said seriously. Diodora, damn human dies, he screamed while launching the attack from the sky. Issei looks up where the attack comes from and just dodges it backwards. Loki, receive the power of a god, scream while throwing a magic ball from the sky towards Issei's back. Issei, without turning around, he jumps upwards, dodging the attack. Loki, what? He said without believing. Shalba, what do you think of the power of a demon like me? He said seriously while his body is covered in green energy, and then purple, and launches the attack in front of Issei. Issei, just go for the attack and smile evilly, full counter, he said without removing the evil smile. Shalba, what? He screamed in disbelief as he dodged his own attack. Asmodeus, TKS dies, scream as he launches attack. Issei, full counter, he said seriously and coldly as he returns the attack. Asmodeus, damn you, he said seriously while dodging the attack. Loki's, damn, he shouted furiously as he created an energy sword and went towards Issei to try to attack him closely, but his attacks were stopped by Issei's sword and he moved away. Diodora, dies, I tried to attack him from behind with my power of destruction, causing Issei to receive it. Outside the barrier. Everyone is surprised since it was a 4-on-1 battle and no one could hit him until he saw Diodora hitting him. Vanillana, who is that young man? She said with fear. Zeodicus, I don't think his power is at Surzek's level, he said with fear and not believing that he was stronger than his son. Surzek's, you are wrong, father, he easily surpasses me, he said with fear. Elisha, I don't want to remind him of the conversation that happened that day when he told us about the red demons. Is he familiar with those elites? She said with fear. Making those who were at dinner that night get a big chill. Inside the barrier. Diodora spat out blood since the sword was in his stomach, but Issei was not there. He realized that the sword was thrown from the place where he received the attack. Diodora, who the hell are you, damn human? He said with difficulty breathing as he falls to the ground. Issei, he was just walking towards Diodora while they were observing what was inside and outside the barrier, and when he got to the front of Diodora he just put his feet on his head and lowered him, making Diodora crouch more. I am Issei, the captain of the 10 Commandments, he said with a mocking smile. Outside the barrier. The majority of the Alliance army did not understand what he was referring to. Not even the leader of the angels and fallen angels, and the demons were surprised by what he said, but it was something that made them remember somewhere. Those who were there that day talking with Issei had their skin and blood freeze, causing them to have a great chill and fear, causing some to become confused and afraid. Inside the barrier. The four were surprised and at the same time scared. Diodora, wait, you're the damn captain, what those pathetic demons are talking about, angry scream. Issei, I see you know where they are, he said seriously and cold. Diodora, I won't say anything, she said angrily. Issei, well then die, he said seriously and cold. Diodora, what are you planning to do, damn it? She said with fear. Issei, ha ha ha, he laughed evilly. You know, when your look changes from hope to despair, it's a real pleasure for me, he said in a low voice that only Diodora heard while laughing evilly. Diodora, I was just shaking in fear. Issei, die hellblaze, Dio serious and cold while throwing his flames. Outside the barrier. Everyone got more chills from the fire until one asked, Ilaria, what is that fire? It is very powerful, she said with fear. Ingvild, it's hellblaze. Issei-san told me that that fire is capable of burning everything, including his soul, and that he will never be able to put it out until it consumes everything, she said, surprised while trembling a little with fear. With what Ingvild said, many people are keeping in mind to never make him angry, or you will regret it. Inside the barrier. The three were surprised and scared as he eliminated them easily. Issei, I'm already bored with you guys, so die, he said seriously and bored as he goes straight behind Asmodeus, and with his sword he gives him a vertical cut, causing Asmodeus to split into two pieces. Shelba, since when did it move? He said seriously. Loki dies, creates a giant magic sword and attacks him. Issei, with a quick movement before being touched by that sword, he goes straight to Shelba and hits him in the stomach. Shelba, Pwag, spits blood, bad say too, said with difficulty breathing. Issei, he punches him, causing Shelba to fall to the ground brutally. Hellblaze, he said seriously and coldly while throwing fire. Shelba, seeing the fire that was small, he decides to avoid it. What are those pathetic flames? He said angrily. Aarg, cry of pain while looking at the ground. But what are those flames? Arg, it burns, it hurts. Cry of pain while his body was covered in fire until a white ball came out while it was burned by the fire. Outside the barrier. Everyone had the desire to leave that place, but their fear did not let them. Arturo, no, only I burn his body, yes, no, also his soul, he said with fear. Inside the barrier. Loki was the only one alive. He no longer had a plan to attack him and decided to attack him like crazy. Loki, damn it, die, he said seriously and angry. Issei, he goes straight towards Loki while going through the attack, which made Loki surprised and attacked. Kamichijiri, he said seriously and cold. Just imagine Escaner with Loki. Loki, he couldn't say anything as his body was covered in fire. Issei stares at the sky and laughs. He then looks towards the Alliance army. Outside the barrier. One noticed his gaze of Issei. Azazel, it seems that he is planning something, he said seriously and with fear. Everyone saw Issei walking towards the barrier, and then they see Issei raise his sword and give a vertical cut to the barrier, cutting the barrier. But nothing happened, and then they see that Issei begins to make several cuts to the barrier while that barrier cracked until it broke. And the leaders prepared themselves since they did not know if Issei would recognize in that form. A few seconds Issei disappears out of nowhere while they were searching, and one said, Tannen, look out above us, screamed while looking at the sky. Everyone listened to what Tannen said and looked at the sky, which was Issei coming down. Odin realizes what Issei is planning and decides to defend with his spear. Croc. A noise that sounded when the spear collided with Issei's sword. Issei, with a smile, he uses more force and manages to break the spear. Odin, what did he say in shock? Issei kicks Odin with brutal force. Valkyrie, Odin-sama, said surprised. Valkyrie, cursed as I go through you, she said seriously while attacking with her magic. Issei, he laughs macabrely and gives her a vertical cut, killing the Valkyrie. All of Ashgar's armies attacked, but Issei began to attack and kill each one. He didn't care if it was an angel, fallen angel, demon or Ashgar. Issei killed him mercilessly while the leaders stood watching how they killed him. Issei, his body was already almost stained with blood and his sword on his shoulder, and then he changes his gaze towards a fallen man and heads towards him. Imagine your body already almost stained with blood. Azazel. He was just watching what Issei was capable of doing, but he realizes that Issei was heading towards him. Issei kicks him, causing him to fall to the ground. What's wrong, bird? You always bothered me and now you don't, he said seriously and coldly. Azazel, wait, Issei, I didn't think you would reach that level. What's more, he said with fear but could no longer speak since he interrupted him. Issei, I don't even know why I left you alive. I am known as the cruel and merciless demon, the demon who gave no mercy to his enemies, he said with a macabre smile. Azazel, Issei, he said with fear. Issei. He stomps on Azazel's arm, causing it to break. Or so you had a metal arm, he said seriously and cold. Tell me, what do you think if I break your other arm, he said seriously and cold while smiling evilly. Sorg, take that, he said seriously while launching a power of destruction. Issei just turns around and walks away from Azazel, but then changes his gaze to two people. Venelana, I can't believe it, he almost killed the entire army, she said with fear. Alexa, yes, wait a minute, she said with fear. Venelana, what's wrong? He said confused. Alexa, that boy is coming towards us, she said with fear. The two women realized about Issei. They knew that they couldn't win and decided to retreat, but it was too late. Issei threw his sword, stabbing Venelana in the stomach, and Alexa wanted to help her but was stopped because Issei was grabbing him by the neck while lifting him up so that he wouldn't reach the ground. Venelana, why does he attack us in that way? She said with difficulty speaking due to lack of air. Issei, and he still asks, he said seriously and cold, if you want to curse his fate that is happening, then curse his stupid daughters, he said seriously and cold while squeezing Alexa's neck tighter. Sorg/Seraphil, mother, scream in fear. Zeodicus, damn, he said seriously and annoyed while preparing his attack but is stopped by his son. Issei. He realizes that some arrows of light were launched by a middle-class angel, but he did not dodge but rather put Alexa as his shield, making her receive the arrows, and starts laughing. He suffers just like his stupid daughters did to me, he said seriously and coldly while laughing. Alexa, Pwog, spits out blood. Seraphil/Sona, Mothbukyar, I screamed desperately and wanted to go towards her, but I was stopped. Searches, don't go, it's dangerous, he said seriously and worried about his mother. Arrows of salvation, he said calmly. The sky that was covered by dark clouds made a hole, allowing a little light to enter. Issei, he sees that there is a hole in the sky but then sees that it was a light coming towards him. Puahshi, he spits out blood while being thrown into a mountain. Sun manifest, he said calmly, making the black clouds disappear, and he throws it where Issei is. Issei, full counter, he said seriously and coldly while the attack returned. Dodges the attack. Issei spits blood. I didn't think you would come too, he said with an evil smile. Chapter 29. Who is he? An unknown angel appears. Everyone was surprised since someone was able to hit Issei. Issei, I didn't think you would also come, Archangel Male, he said with an evil smile. So it was okay that Issei, captain of the 10 Commandments, hit it, he said calmly as he came down from the sky. Ignore the light disk. Everyone was confused because they didn't know who that angel really was. Azazel, tell me, Michael, do you know that angel? He said as he stood up with difficulty with the help of Sorg with only one arm since the other was destroyed. Michael, no, I've never seen that angel. Who could it be? He said confused. Tannen, I don't know why, but I have a feeling that this is going to get very ugly, he said seriously. Everyone nodded what Tannen said as he looked at Issei and that unknown angel. Issei just stares at Male. Male, he also stared at Issei. After a second, Issei and Male will remain watching. Both Issei launches himself with his sword and Male creates some blades in his two hands, and they begin to spin, until a sound is heard. Croc. The sound came out when both swords collided. Male, you always asked me where you were since you were not next to the 10 Commandments, he said calmly. Issei, and I thought you were already dead along with your pathetic brothers, he said seriously and cold. Male gets angry and uses more force, making Issei go backwards. Bright sun, he said seriously while throwing a small ball of sun. Issei, he sees that the sun will be small and wanted to use his ability, but it took him by surprise. Male, magnificent sun, he said seriously, making the sun grow to an enormous size. Issei, he was surprised but could not do anything and received the attack. With leaders. Everyone was surprised since that angel was able to give him 2 attacks. Azazel, seriously Michael, you don't know him, he said surprised. Michael, I already told you I don't know him, he said desperately because of how many times Azazel asks. Azazel, okay, but don't get angry, he said calmly while watching Issei's fight against that angel. Zerzex, Azazel doesn't take him seriously even in a situation like this, he said in his mind with a drop of sweat. Angel, Michael-sama, what do we do with the wounded? He said tiredly. Michael, take him to a safe place, he said seriously. Azazel, that wouldn't be good, we have to ask them to retreat, he said seriously while watching his soldiers trying to escape from the attacks launched by Issei and the angel. The leaders, they nodded and made a circle in their ears to all their army depending on factions. Attention, everyone withdraw from that place and take the wounded, he said seriously. With Sona minute before they exploded the place where Issei is. Sona, that's our fault, if we hadn't thrown him into those dimensions, that wouldn't have even happened, she said sadly. Tsubaki, although I hate to say it, I hope you prepare yourself, she said, a little angry. Sona, what does that mean? He said confused. Tsubasa, do you think the Mouse-sama would want to leave that as if it hadn't happened? He said not seriously. Sona, a little scared about that situation, she said scared. Citri entourage, they nodded while keeping their eyes closed. Sona, I know that one day they were going to discover me, but if they really will give me the punishment, I just want to tell you something. Thank you for being by my side during those times, but to you Tsubaki, thanks to you I have learned many things that I did not know, she said sadly. Citri entourage, I didn't know what to answer until I heard the explosion. Sona, what was that? She said not seriously as she looked at the place where it exploded. With Rias. Minutes before they exploded. Akeno, tell me, laugh, are you serious? You did those things. She said seriously. Rias, well, she said a little worried, not knowing what to say. Asia, that's right, you were very cruel, you laughed, one-sama, she said sadly. Kiba, now I know who knows more about pain, he said angrily. Kaneko, don't run away from the punishment of the Mouse-sama, she said neutrally. Rias, wait, Kaneko, are you trying to treat me as guilty, she said angrily. Gremry entourage, yes, and don't say anything, seriously. Zenovia, I hope you don't run away, she said seriously. And you too, Minako and Irena, she said seriously while looking at him. Now I understand because Ka brought back bad memories. I always thought of you as my friend, but I never thought you had an evil face. You don't deserve to be an angel, she said seriously. Irena, she just started crying because those words hurt her. Akeno, I hope so, she didn't finish speaking because she heard an explosion. Mina, that place is where my brother is, she said worried. Kiba, and now you treat him like a brother despite everything you did to him, he said seriously. Mina, sorry, she said sadly. With Issei. The place where Issei received the attack, there was nothing since Issei was sent to the wall of a building. Male, tell me why you were not sealed with the 10 Commandments, he said seriously. Issei, that doesn't matter to you, he said seriously and cold. Male, okay, it's time to finish that, he said seriously. Issei, I expected that, he said seriously and coldly while smiling. Male, he goes straight with his lightsaber but is stopped by Issei. Switches to lightsaber axe. Issei, he tried to cut his abdomen but was stopped by Male's hand. Male, he pulls his sword causing him to be thrown away from them, and without lowering his hand which was stopped. Issei, he stared at her, a little confused. Male, Jum, he said seriously while punching Issei in the face while Issei had his head to the side where he punched him and his hand is released. Issei hits him in the stomach. Male, Poif, spits blood from the blow. With the leaders. They are surprised and at the same time they are afraid since both have strength that surpasses and as they know it. Issei showed his power that surpassed, and the angel showed his power while fighting at the same time with Issei. Seraphil, incredible, they both have great strength, she said surprised. You see her with fear. Michael, this battle is like my father fighting Lucifer, he said surprised and at the same time scared. Azazel, I see that there are many things that we do not know. Perhaps the old bearded man knew and we did not, he said seriously, you see, curious. Seraphil, look, he hit that angel hard, she said seriously while looking at the angel crouched by the blow. With Issei. Both were hitting each other. Issei on his face had a drop of blood coming out of his mouth due to the punches they gave, and Male only had several drops of blood coming out because he received the blow to his stomach twice. Issei, ha 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 ha, he laughed evilly. You are very entertaining, Male. The last battle that you and I had was interrupted by those army, he said seriously while laughing evilly. Male punches him under the mouth, causing Issei to fly a little and fall to the ground. Issei, they get up hard, damn it, he said angrily. Male, cruel son, he said seriously while launching the attack at Issei, which is thrown. Issei lifts Dura and decides to kick Male's feet. Male falls but then puts his arms crossed since he received the attack of a kick from Issei. Issei, what's wrong? That's all your power, he said seriously while stepping on it. With leaders. All the leaders were left open-mouthed since that battle is very powerful. A lower class, just by touching their power that comes out through their body, they are burned or torn to pieces in a second. Azazel, damn, those men are strong. I think I really bothered Issei. I hope he doesn't come to kick my ass, he said with fear. Surzex, don't let him come to my family or Seraph of the End for revenge of what my stupid sister did, he said with fear while the aforementioned nodded. Ingvild, she was sitting on the ground. Damn, if I hadn't let myself get carried away by my anger I wouldn't be in this state, she said in her mind while cursing herself for being hurt from that attack that Shalba gave. With Issei. The blonde-haired boy was seen stomping on the angel, but the angel is not far behind and decides to attack by throwing a ball of light at his face. Issei, TKS, he gets annoyed by the burning sensation of that light. Well, let's finish that, he said seriously while preparing himself, making his vest of darkness disappear. Kami Chijiri, he said seriously while attacking Male. Male, Pwa spits blood, that hurt, he said seriously while preparing his hand for a fire. Issei, ha ha ha, you can still stand, he said seriously while throwing again. Male, take that divine sword of the sun, he said seriously while making the cut. Issei, he is confused but then feels a burning sensation in his chest. Damn you, he screamed with hatred as he walked away and then fell to the ground, losing consciousness. Male, Eahajaya. He was totally tired as he watched Issei falling to the ground. Well, he finally stops him, he said tiredly as he falls to the ground. Everyone was with their mouths open as Issei and Male fell to the ground from exhaustion. Azazel, I think it was a tie or who won, he said without believing it. Everyone nodded what Azazel said while Ingvild went to Issei. Chapter 30, A False Truth and the Declaration of Issei and Ingvild PRTS 1. Everything had calmed down. The battle between the demon and the angel was already over. Ingvild went to see Issei, who was lying on the ground with a deep cut on his chest, and a little far from them was the angel lying down due to exhaustion and large serious wounds. Ingvild, what are you waiting for? Argentinian sent to come and cure you, she said worriedly. Male, no, do it. If he does it you will not be able to stop him, he said tiredly while lying on the ground. Azazel, we better listen to him, he's right, he said not seriously while looking at Issei. Asia, she was just confused and she didn't want to approach the angel because he was a stranger to everyone, but in her heart she was telling her something else. Odin, I hope those demons receive a punishment, and I will not allow them to be soft on them just like you, Michael, with his angel and those humans, he said seriously. Surzex, don't worry, Odin, they broke some very important rules of the underworld, their punishment will be very serious, he said seriously, causing the aforementioned to be scared. Go to the ex-nun approaching the angel. Asia, don't go to him, he screamed when he saw the ex-nun approaching. Asia, she comes closer and crouches down and puts her hand out, and it starts to glow green. Male wakes up and stands up as if nothing happened. What happened? He said, confused. Asia, I used my sacred gear to heal you, she said calmly. Male, her presence is evil, that means she is a demon, but in her heart there is no trace of evil. Who could she be? He said in his mind while looking at the blonde, and then decided to get up. Everything that was near him surrounded him while he was on alert. Male, I know I'm a stranger, but at least you should calm down. I was the one who saved your lives, he said seriously. Michael, who are you? I've never seen you, he said confused. Male, I don't belong in that world, I'm from another world, the world where he came from, he said seriously while pointing at Issei. If you want to know more about who I am, it's better to wait for Issei to wake up, he said seriously. Surzex, Issei looks very tired, it's better that we go to Lucifer Castle, he said seriously while creating the magic circle and teleporting. Once they transported to Lucifer Castle, the mouse asked a maid to take Issei to a room, obviously in fear, and carefully carried him floating since he still brought out the evil presence in Issei's body, who is still in his assault mode, making the servants and all the leaders and members tremble, until Male went to the room where he left Issei to rest. Ajuka, what happened, Surzex? Out of nowhere I felt a very powerful presence, he said seriously. Surzex, do you remember Issei? He said while looking at his friend. Ajuka nods yes, because what does he have? He said seriously. Surzex, well, let's say he was the one who brought out that presence that you felt, he said seriously. Ajuka, he remained silent. I think they are going to bring him many problems because of the demonic council, he said seriously. Surzex, if that happens, Issei will kill him without mercy, he said seriously. Asmodeus, what do you mean by that? He said seriously. Surzex, he even tried to kill us and even attacked my mother and Lady Citri mercilessly, he said seriously. Seraphal, who are you? She said seriously while looking at Male. Male, I don't pay attention to her while looking at Issei. Issei wakes up and stands up, scaring everyone in the room. Male, he throws a light attack at his head, causing Issei to lose consciousness. All of that scared me, he said in his mind, very scared. Ingvild Issei-san, she said worriedly as she approaches. Male raises his hand while creating a sphere of light. Michael, his light from that angel is very different from ours, he said in his mind, not seriously. Male, he put his hand in front of Issei. I'll take it away from him. I'm going to lock him up, he said seriously. Ingvild, I refuse. If you're going to lock him up, then lock me up with him, she said angrily as she climbs onto the bed and hugs Issei. Azazel, hey, you better come down, he said seriously. Male, okay, he said seriously while he locks Ingvild up along with Issei. Ingvild, calm down, Issei-san, I will be by your side forever, she said calmly as she began to feel hot inside the barrier. It's already starting to feel hot, she said, a little uneasy about the heat. I'll have to use my magic, she said calmly as she increased her magic, causing the barrier to cool down. The leaders saw that the barrier began to be tinged with steam, causing them to worry. After a few hours, they waited for Issei to calm down. Seraphal, it's been an hour, I want to go now, she said, bored. Ajuka, why don't you tell us about yourself? He said seriously. Male, the reason I want to wait for Issei to calm down is so I can tell him who we two are, he said seriously. Inside the barrier, the girl was seen hugging Issei while using her ice magic to cool the barrier. Ingvild Issei-san, he said sadly as he remembered that Issei had a very hard childhood. Issei gives the sign that you wanted to wake up. Ingvild Issei-san, she said calmly as she saw Issei waking up. Issei, where am I? He said calmly while looking at Ingvild. Ingvild, we are in Lucifer's castle and locked in a barrier from that angel, she said calmly. Issei, what was I doing? He said calmly as he stood up. Outside the barrier, the angel was still looking at the barrier. Male, He's already awake, he said not seriously. Everyone was preparing since they didn't know how Issei might react. Then look, the barrier broke out of nowhere and Issei was there with his arm raised. Issei. He stared at what was in the living room with a serious face. Male, tell me, have you calmed down? He said calmly. Surzex, tell me, Issei-kun, who is he? He said nervously. Issei stares coldly. Lucifer, he said in a cold and hateful voice. The aforementioned just remained silent. Issei, what are you doing, male? He said seriously. Male, I was just doing something, but while I was looking for something I came across your presence, he said calmly. Ingvild, Issei-san, do you know who he is? She said confused. Issei, I see you didn't tell him who you really are, male, he said seriously. Male, well, I'll introduce myself. I'm Male, the fourth archangel, the strongest and the angel of sunshine, he said calmly. Michael, it's impossible, your wings are not ours, you're an archangel, he said confused. Issei, they don't need the wings to distinguish their power level. Male is the only angel who can fight me, just as you saw a few hours ago, he said seriously and cold. Tell me, Male, what were you doing? He said seriously. Male changes his face from calm to serious, making everything shiver. The chest of eternal darkness, he said seriously. Someone entered another world and stole that chest. I had hoped that I could still get it back, but I failed. They already released the 10 Commandments, he said seriously. But the question is, you are the captain of the 10 Commandments. If you are no longer with them, who is commanding? He said seriously. Issei, you're right, the 10 Commandments cannot act without their leader, he said seriously. Azazel, so you were the leader of the 10 Commandments who is using it, he said seriously. Issei, only one person is capable of doing it, he said seriously. Male, who is it? He said seriously. Wait, don't tell me it's him, he said surprised. Issei, that's right, my brother Zeldred, he said seriously. Everyone was surprised except one, and it was Issei's ex-sister. Azazel, wait, Issei has more siblings besides Minako, he said surprised. Mina, ouch, that hurt, she said in her mind while feeling sad after hearing about her brother from Issei. Issei, yes, he is my brother, but I never paid attention to him. I never saw the things he did and the effort he made, he said seriously. You really are the right kind of brother for that person. You have such a cold heart, he said in his mind without believing it. Ingvild, wait, I'll have to meet my future brother-in-law, she said in her mind with a red face while putting her hand on her cheek. Tannen, you don't care what happens to your brother, don't you care about him? He said not seriously. Issei, worry about him, he said seriously. Haha, I have no reason to worry about that idiot, he said with an evil smile, making the maids who were there waiting for an order start to shiver, even the leaders who were not in the battle. Seraphal, idiot, that's what she calls your brother. Are you an idiot who has no feelings or what? Angrily shouted. Issei, I don't need feelings. In fact, I don't feel anything, nothing, he said seriously with a smile. Ingvild, she put her hand on her chest as she felt that those words hurt her to the core. Tannen/Azazel, what an idiot you were, you already crossed the line, idiot, he said in his mind, annoyed. Ingvild, he lowers his head and begins to increase his power little by little. Everyone looks at the girl who was raising her aura and began to feel that the environment began to feel cold. Issei, and what happens because his power increases, he said seriously. Ingvild, I ignore what Issei said and decided to go to the entrance to leave the room but was stopped. Issei, I asked you what's wrong, he said seriously while grabbing Ingvild's arm. Ingvild, let me go, she said as her tears began to come out of her eyes, and she raises her hand as a small circle appears with the Leviathan symbol, and then it gets bigger. Issei, what do you intend to do? He said seriously. Paam. Everyone was surprised as Ingvild gave him a tremendous slap and Issei was sent into a wall, destroying the wall of the room. Chapter 31. A False Truth and the Declaration of Issei and Ingvild PRTS 2. A loud sound took over the room. The Archangel male was surprised along with the leaders who were in the battle, and those who were not in the battle were left with their mouths open as they looked at a wall that was a hole. That is where Issei was lying, and surprised, Ingvild decided to leave the room without caring what happened. Rias, what happened? Why did he behave like that? She said, surprised. Surzex, Rias, you shut up, you are not allowed to talk, it is an order, angry shout. Rias, but Anasama, she said, surprised. Venelana, Rias, obey, it's an order, she said seriously. Issei, he stands up and starts looking around. Azazel, Issei, wait, he has to give his time to Ingvild, he said with a little fear. Issei looks at Azazel with annoyance and decides to kick him in his stomach, causing the fallen one to fly towards the wall. Surzex, Azazel, he said, surprised, and you see him scared. Issei, he approaches the window and starts looking from one side to the other until he found it, and without hesitation he jumped out of the window, surprising the others. Everyone, out of curiosity, everyone approached the window. Issei approaches Ingvild and grabs him by the arm. Hey, what's wrong with you? Why did you act like that? He said seriously. Ingvild, leave me alone, she said while crying. Issei, tell me the reason why he acts that way, he said seriously. Ingvild, why? He still asks why, he said while crying. Why those words? You said that you had no feelings, he said while crying. Issei, what does it have to do with not having feelings? He said seriously. Ingvild, because I love you. How could I love someone who has no feelings? It doesn't matter if you're serious or cold, but you never showed a bit of feelings towards me, screams while crying. Issei, he just remained silent. And how do you know that I have no feelings for you? He said unseriously. Ingvild, well, you said it yourself, idiots, screams while crying. Issei, you're right, but there's something I never wanted to accept, but now I'll accept it, he said, a little sad. Since the day I met you, I felt like a feeling of tranquility, things that I didn't want to accept, but since the day you got sick, it was the first time I worried about you, he said sadly. Ingvild, I was just listening to what Issei was saying while crying. Issei, you're right, I was an idiot, he said sadly. Ingvild, Issei-san, he said sadly, I'm sore. He couldn't finish the sentence because he was pulled by Issei. Issei pulls Ingvild and then decides to hug Ingvild's hip and grabs her face and gives her a kiss. Ingvild, he is surprised since Issei was the one who gave him the kiss. With the leaders, everyone was surprised as they were both kissing. Azazel, it seems that this boy finally cooled his empty head, ha 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 ha, he said with a smile. Tannen, haha. Azazel, so you also noticed that Tannen, he said with a smile. Tannen, I asked her directly, and she herself told me that she loved him and you fell, she said with a smile while crossing her arms. Azazel, oh wow, so you asked her? Well, I noticed that she looked at other guys in a different way, and with him she was nice. In fact, from afar you could tell that she was in love with him, he said with a smile. Michael, you mean she was in love with him? He said curiously. Male, I see, for that reason I hardly felt a bit of it. Then all the time I was with her, you have changed a lot, Issei, Commandment of Love, he said in his mind. With Issei, they were kissing until he finally decides to stop it. Ingvild walks away with a red face. Issei, he just watched my reaction. Ingvild, that was my first kiss, Issei-san, she said with a red face while touching his lips. Issei, I would say it's your second kiss, he said calmly. Ingvild, she said surprised. Issei, do you remember the day you got sick? He said calmly while the girl nodded. That day I stole your first kiss, and the second was a few moments ago, and that's the third, he said calmly while kissing. Ingvild continued kissing but with a smile. Issei, forgive me for everything that happened. Will you give me another chance? He said calmly as he separated. Ingvild, don't worry, we can start from scratch, Issei-san, she said calmly while giving him a kiss. Issei is surprised by Ingvild's behavior. How about we stop for today and go inside? I have things to say to them, he said seriously while looking back. Ingvild, you will talk about them, she said seriously. Issei, yes, but there is something I have to talk about. It is about the commandments. but I will not tell you all the information. The only one I will tell you all the information about is you, Ingvild, he said seriously. Ingvild, if we go inside it would be. They both decided to enter the castle again, and when they reached the place where everyone was, he entered the room and saw the leaders talking to each other with a serious face, and on the other side, Rias and Sona's parents were scolding him for what he did, but they realized that no one noticed that he entered, so he decided to increase his power a little, drawing everyone's attention, and everyone looked at Issei with his absolute Ingvild mode. Sirs, Issei Kuragain, I want to apologize for what they did to you, he said seriously while bowing. Issei, an apology is not enough for me, he said seriously while the others got chills. Serafal, what do you mean? We're apologizing, she said, a little angry. Issei, do you think that just by apologizing everything will be fixed? Then I will tell him what his punishment is, he said seriously, and with the Hyadu and Shida families he will speak in your Archangel Michael faction, he said seriously while looking at the angel. Michael nods while being unserious. Male, now let's go to the main topic. Tell me why you were not on the side of the commandments when they sealed, he said seriously. Issei, I simply abandoned him, he said seriously. I see that you did not realize who it was that helped him to seal the commandments, he said in his mind while looking at Male seriously. Male, then what will you do since the commandments are free, he said seriously. Issei, just wait for their movements since they don't know this world, he said seriously. Azazel, damn Issei, why didn't you say you were very strong? He said calmly. Issei, he stared at Azazel, that was all my power that I have, but I not only used my power but also my commandment, and for that reason they called me the ruthless and cruel demon, or in another way they call me the merciless demon. When they hear my name they run away, he said seriously, surprising those in the room. Odin, commandments, do you have one? He said, surprised and serious. Issei, if my commandment is love, he said seriously. All he said, surprised and speechless. Issei, each commandment has its curse, for example mine, which is the commandment of love, its curse is that whoever feels hatred in his heart loses the ability to hurt another, he said seriously. Raswaisi, but that doesn't explain how you were able to hit Odin-sama, she said seriously. Issei, that's very easy. Odin has a hatred in his heart which made him lose his strength, he said seriously. Odin, I see. I mean my own weakness before you is my hatred towards the Black Elves, isn't it? He said seriously and doubtfully. Azazel, come on, old man, so you still hate the Black Elves, he said calmly, although I want to know about the other Issei commandments, he said calmly. Issei, you have to know that yourself, he said seriously, making the leaders curse. Sirs, and what are your curses, he said seriously and curious. Issei, about your curses of the commandments, you have to know that, he said seriously, making them curse again. But speaking of my commandment, that is something very serious, he said seriously. Serafal, what do you mean by that? She said unseriously. Issei, the damn demon king took away half of my commandment of love, he said seriously. Male, impossible, that's impossible. How can there be two commandments of the same curse, he said seriously. Issei, I don't know how to explain that, Male, he said seriously. Male, that is problematic, he said seriously. Issei, it's worse what happened there, he said seriously. Male, that place is increasing its population, he said seriously. Azazel, what do you mean by that? He said curiously. Issei, before the demons were sealed we were in a war between different clans, he said seriously. Michael, clans, said curiously. Male, there are 6 clans. 1. The Demon Clan. 2. The Goddess Clan. 3. The Fairy Clan. 4. The Giant Clan. 5. The Vampire Clan. 6. The Human Clan. He said seriously. Michael, Human Clan, perhaps they, he said surprised. Male, if they know about us goddesses and demons, it's even more so if I compare the humans of this world with the humans of my world, they are very different. The humans of this world are very weak and the humans of my world are strong enough to even fight the Cobalt, Red and Grey demons, he said seriously. Issei, what Mail said is true, he said seriously. Azazel, incredible, that surprises me even more with those clans of giants and fairies, he said surprised and at the same time curious. Issei, well that's it. I want to go home and rest and then I'll tell you about your punishment, he said seriously and tired. Azazel, okay, calm down, Issei, you can go now. Leave the rest of us to ourselves, he said not seriously. Issei, see you group of losers, he said seriously. Let's go Ingvild, he said calmly while looking at her creating the magic circle. Ingvild, yes, Issei-san, he said while creating a magic circle, and they both entered and left. Leaders, he was a little disappointed since Issei called him losers. With Issei. In a room a magic circle appears which the couple arrives. Issei, ha ha ha, I'm tired, he said tiredly while sitting on the couch. Ingvild, me too Issei-san, she said tiredly as she sits on Issei's leg looking face to face and hugging him. Issei-san, she said calmly as she gives him a kiss. Issei receives the kiss full of love. Ingvild, you are a sweet tooth with kisses, he said calmly. Ingvild, his kiss is soft and rich, she said calmly while lying on his chest. Issei, how about we go to sleep, he said calmly. Ingvild, yes, let's go, she said calmly. They both went up to go to their room, but when Issei was going to enter his room, he realized that Ingvild was also entering the boys' room. Issei, what's wrong? Your room is somewhere else, he said confused as he looked at Ingvild lying on his bed. Ingvild, I want to sleep next to you, she said calmly while lying down. Issei, well, what does it matter, he said calmly as he lays down. Ingvild, she comes closer to hug him and falls asleep. Issei, she's cute when she falls asleep, just wait Ingvild, I'll make you happy, he said in his mind while smiling. So the couple fell asleep and waited for the next day. Chapter 32, The Punishments. In the Kurigane family house. In the room. You could see a couple sleeping, and when the sun's rays hit them they both decided to wake up, and when they woke up they both looked at each other and smiled. Issei, good morning Ingvild, he said happily as he gets on top of her. Ingvild, good morning Issei-san, he said happily while grabbing his cheek and kissing it. Issei, he is surprised, but after they kiss he decides to stop her. We have to stop, he said calmly while getting up. Ingvild, hiya, how lazy, he said lazily. Issei, come on Ingvild, we have to get up, he said calmly. He said confused as a magic circle appeared on Issei's ear. Azazel, hey Issei, are you awake? He said through the circle. Issei, what do you want, bird? He said not seriously. Azazel, come on, don't be like that. I just wanted to tell you that I need you to come to the occult club, he said calmly. Issei, I refuse, he said unseriously. Azazel, it's about the matter of Rias, Sona, Irena and Minako, he said seriously. Issei, okay, see you there, he said seriously. Azazel, come on, I'll wait for you, he said calmly as the circle disappeared. Ingvild, who was Issei-san? She said curiously. Issei, it was Azazel, come on, stop, we have to go to the occult club, he said not seriously. Ingvild, what a drag, she said bored. After the couple decides to change to go to the club, and when they arrived at the club they both enter and see Azazel sitting on Rias's chair. The entourage of Rias and Sona was away from their king and his two companions, and in the other corner were Rias, Sona, Minako and Irena with a sad face, but one of them was Rias, who was not sad if she had not taken it, as if nothing had happened. Azazel, oh wow, look, that lovebird has arrived, he said with a smile. Issei, what were you going to tell me? He said not seriously. Azazel, okay, just a minute, he said calmly. A few minutes passed until a magic circle appeared. Lucifer appeared, and when he saw Issei he approached him without hesitation. Surzek, young Issei Kurigane, I, as King Lucifer, asked you to punish those demons as your apology, he said seriously. Issei, well, her punishment is that Rias Gremri, Sona Citri and Minako Haida will both have the support and protection of their clans removed, and she will also not have the right to lead her entourage. things that she wants others to do, she has to resolve them, and if she does not want to do what I say, I will have to give you the punishment that we commandments give to those demons who do not obey, he said seriously. Akeno, and what is the punishment that you give him? He said curiously. Issei, a painful death, he said seriously, causing the aforementioned to be scared. Surzex, I understand young Issei Kurigane, he said seriously. Rias Gremry, Sona Citri and Minako Hayato the aforementioned will be left without help and protection from their clans. They will also be stripped of the right to lead their entourage. This punishment will last until young Issei Kurigane decides to end the punishment, he said seriously. Rias, but Anasama, she said angrily. Surzex, Rias Gremry, I am your mouse. That is your order, or do you wish to disobey? What's more, your parents also agree that any punishment given to him will be what he deserves, he said seriously, and you, Sona Citri, as well as Rias Gremry, your sister, Ingvild Leviathan, and their parents also agree with the punishment, although you, Minako, no one agrees for you, but since you are a low-class devil, I order you as a Mao, he said seriously. Issei, okay, Bird, I need you to call someone from heaven, he said seriously. Azazel, so you're going there, huh? He said not seriously, making one get very nervous. Well, talk to him, he said calmly. Michael, Halo, what's up, Azazel? He said curiously. Azazel, it's Issei. He says he wants to go to heaven to talk about your angel, he said calmly. Michael, okay, tell him to wait. I'll send one of my angels to bring him here, he said calmly as he hangs up the call. Azazel, ready, Issei. An angel will arrive soon, so you can go there, he said calmly. A few minutes passed while Issei waited for the angel who was supposed to take him, while a person began to sweat nervously while Risa was asking for an explanation of why he gave him that punishment. Rias, tell me, Issei, why are you giving me this punishment if I didn't do anything to you? He said seriously. The whole room except the punished ones. Seriously, you are still complaining, and that day the same video showed your real face, he said in his mind. Issei, I would have rather taken the death penalty, he said in his mind while trying to endure his tantrums of laughter. A few more minutes passed until a tower of light arrived, making the room shine. Sorry for the delay, my name is Oriel, I am one of the Seraphim, he said calmly. Irena, Oriel-sama, said surprised. Oriel, Shido, I forbid you to speak until we reach heaven, he said not seriously. Young Issei Kurigane and also Ingvild Leviathan, please follow me, he said calmly while a magic circle appears on his feet. Shido, in the name of Michael, I ask you to come too, he said not seriously. Irena, she nervously decides to enter the circle without saying anything. The magic circle covered the people who were going to leave, making the room shine again, and then disappears. Zenovia, because he also took Ingvild, she said confused. Azazel, Ingvild became Issei's partner, and since we don't know how Issei will react in case something happens to Ingvild, Michael also wants to invite Ingvild so that Michael can gain their trust since they are both strong, he said seriously. After what he said, everyone was excited about what he said. In the sky, a magic circle appears in front of a door. Oriel, he just walked over and knocked on the door. Opens the door and sees the guests. Come in. Michael-sama is waiting, she said calmly while making a side gesture. Michael, I see that I'm here. Well, my dear brothers, let me introduce you to you. This is Issei Kurigane-kun and his partner Ingvild Leviathan, he said quietly. Ingvild, she blushes as Michael is introducing her as his partner. Leviathan, who is perhaps a daughter of the Mao's Leviathan, he said calmly. Michael, she is not a direct heir of the Mao's Leviathan, he said calmly. Straight from Leviathan, he said surprised. Excuse me, my name is Raphael, one of the Seraphim, he said calmly. My name is Gabriel, we've already seen each other, he said happily as he arrived at the meeting room. Michael, okay, let's get to a serious topic, he said not seriously. Raphael, what do you mean? He said unseriously. Michael, please Griselda, let him pass, he said calmly. Griseldad, yes, she said calmly while opening a door and letting two people in. Only two people recognized him immediately. Irena, Otosan-oka-san, she said, surprised and at the same time full of fear. Issei, Otosan-oka-san, then they are with Irena's parents. Heaven, I really forgot about them, he said in his mind with the mark activated. Pi, what's going on? Why did you call us? He said calmly. Me, stares at the blonde. His face looks familiar to me, she said in her mind. Pi, who are they? Michael-sama, he said not seriously as he realized that both couple expel evil energy. Michael, he said calmly but was interrupted by Issei. Issei, my name is Issei Kurigane. Before they called me Issei Hayaru, he said seriously. Irena's father, what the hell? Issei, surprised cry. Pi, wait, because that presence was not felt before, he said surprised. Me, I also heard that you had disappeared, he said without believing it. Issei, you are falling into a lie. If you want to know, why don't you ask Irena for the truth, he said seriously. Pi, tell me Irena, what did you mean by that, he said confused. Irena, she said nervously until her wings began to flash black and white. Michael, ha, sigh, if you can't do it I'll have to do it, he said calmly while feeling sorry for his angel. It's necessary for my brothers and the Shida family to see it with their own eyes, he said calmly. Irena, she is scared because she doesn't know how her parents would react. Archangel Michael makes the magic circle where he gives the video of what they were doing to Issei. The Shida family was horrified because the Hayata family was infected with evil, and they were also horrified at the part where their daughter came out. The same with the Seraphim, were surprised and at the same time saddened by the suffering of the blonde, that humans are easy to fall into temptation. Pi, now I understand because I went to that house almost all the time, he said seriously. Me, I didn't think my daughter was like that. You don't even deserve to be an angel, she said angrily. Michael, just as you punished the demons, now I wanted to hear what punishment you will give to Shidu, he said sadly as he saw one of his angels keeping that dark secret. Issei, that's right, he said seriously while he made him scare the girl. Her punishment is to be treated like a low-class angel, and also that anything she asks for help for will be denied, and she will not have her protection, and will be forced to help in the churches. It doesn't matter if it's a lot or not, he said seriously. Michael, what are you saying? He said calmly. Parents, we accept it, he said calmly. Issei, I already told Lucifer, but I'll tell him again in front of you. If she refuses to do what I said, I will give her the punishment as we commandments do, he said seriously. Oriel, what is it? He said curiously. Issei, painful death, he said seriously. Irena, Issei, I know you won't forgive me, but I want you to listen to me. I was deceived by Rias, but then I realized the mistake I made. I just want to ask for your forgiveness, she said while crying. Issei, Irena, only two of you can earn my forgiveness. The only thing you have to do is earn my trust, he said seriously as he turned around with the mark activated. Irena, I will do whatever I want if it's to win your trust, she screamed with hope while crying, surprising everyone, even Ingvild. Issei, just do what I say and you'll see, he said seriously. Michael, please take him so his punishment can begin, he said calmly while looking at his parents from Irena. The parents nodded and went to Irena to take him while she was crying while her wings flashed black and white. Ingvild, Issei-san, why do you say that? She said calmly while grabbing Issei's hand. Issei, it's because she herself is showing me her regret, he said calmly. Gabriel, I'm glad. I hope you can forgive him, she said calmly while hugging him. Ingvild gets angry and does a punch and puts her hand in Gabriel's face, making her separate from Issei. Hey, what are you doing? She said a little angry while puffing out her cheeks. Gabriel, I just wanted to hug Issei-san to show my affection, she said calmly. The men less Issei. This jealous Ingvild-san and Gabriel is so innocent that she doesn't know that they are already couples, he said in his mind while watching the girls' conversation. Issei, I didn't expect her to be so jealous, he said in his mind with a smile. Michael, it seems that he is changing his way of being thanks to the young Ingvild. I will pray that their relationship goes well, he said calmly in his mind. Young Issei and Ingvild-san. Why don't they give a pass? After all, they are invited. Oriel. Could you show them the sky? He said calmly. Oriel, sure brother, please follow me, he said calmly. Gabriel, I'm going too, he said happily, making Ingvild more jealous. Ingvild, I'm sorry but we're not leaving, she said, a little angry and jealous while looking at Gabriel. This is how Issei and Ingvild are accompanied by Oriel and Gabriel showing the sky where the angels reside. Chapter 33. Let's go to the beach. After Issei applied punishment to the aforementioned, a week has passed and they are obeying the punishment that was applied, but one day a mischievous fallen one comes up with a great day, and that is why he decided to gather the student councils and the occult club and obviously Issei, but he refused and was brought by Ingvild. Occult club. Everyone looked gathered together, but some were nervous in front of Issei, and everyone was waiting until he finally arrived. Azazel, well, since everyone is gathered, he said calmly as he enters through the door. Akeno, why did you make us all gather together? She said curiously. Azazel, well, since there are still days left until I start school, those remaining days we are going to a beach to relax while there is no sign of movement from the Chaos Brigade, he said calmly. Ruruko, yes, going to the beach is a good idea, she said happily, making the others happy. Yusa, at least I can enjoy the day more since Kaicho hardly lets us rest, she said happily, causing the aforementioned to have a depressed aura, and her clan mates nodded at what she said. Sona, you really tell me that I'm mean to you, she said in her mind with a depressed aura. Ruruko, even if you laugh senpai, it gives the others a break, she said enviously, making me feel proud when I mentioned her. Rias, even Sona's servants want to be with me than with her, she said in her mind with a smile, while making herself proud. Azazel, although I also trained there for a while, he said calmly while making him a little angry. Issei, for that reason you are weak, he said calmly, causing everyone to get a little upset. Although you get angry at what I said, but it is the reason Sona, instead of having all the time doing work for the Skeptic Council and the boring work like those demons do. You lose your Gremry power all because of your capriciousness that does not let you increase your strength. If one of you finds a commandment, say goodbye to this world, he said bored. Azazel, Issei is right, he said seriously. We are in a crisis of Chaos Bridge and the commandments, he said seriously. By the way, now that I remember, Roswyc will also be with us, he said calmly. Ingvild/Issei. He said surprised, but they both look back and see the Platinum sitting nervously. Rosa, she gets nervous since Issei was in front. A pleasure. I'll stay here because Odin left me. At first she said while her nerves didn't stop, but then she starts screaming and crying. Issei/Ingvild. What a strange girl, he said in his mind while a drop of sweat falls. Azazel, well, it's time to get your things ready to go, he said happily. Hours later everyone had already packed their bags and were at the bus stop shouting at that person. Mina, how long will the sensei take? She said bored. Kaneko, I want to go to sleep now, she said bored. Rhea, well, it was just a bus, she said calmly. Everyone was bored while waiting for that person, but then their face changed to surprise because that bus arrived empty of things that seemed strange to them, since at that time there are people on the bus, and then they see that I opened the door. Azazel, what's up, can you get on now? He said calmly while sitting on the steering wheel. He is surprised, but then they get on and he settles down. Issei, do you want to sit by the window or next to it? He said calmly. Ingvild, well, she said calmly as she sees that Rias and Mina were sitting next to the seats the couple was going to sit in. I'll choose the one next to me. You'll choose the one by the window, she said happily, and they both sit down. Both couples sat down while the girls cursed each other. The length of the journey to the beach took almost 4 or 5 hours. When those hours passed, everyone was happy because they could see the sea. Azazel, well, I have to look for the private hotel, he said calmly. Yes, a private hotel, she said curiously. Azazel, yes, a private hotel that is closer to the sea, he said calmly, is more from the company of the Citri family, he said calmly. Rias, wait, let's go to a hotel in Sona. Why don't we go to my family's hotel? It's better than hers, she said, not very proudly. Azazel, the reason we are going to the Citri family hotel is for one reason, he wants to give Issei the best so that he can calm his anger towards his daughter Citri. And Ceasefire also agreed, he said calmly while driving. Issei, he was listening to what Azazel was saying. So the Citri family is seeking my forgiveness, huh? It seems like you are slowly earning my forgiveness, he said in his mind while looking out the window at the sea. It took a few more minutes, and they arrived at the hotel. Everyone got off and realized that the person in front of them was no more and no less than. They are surprised by the hotel. Hello, it's been a while guys, he said with a smile. Everyone except Issei and Ingvild, Sama, he said surprised. Azazel, wow, I didn't think you were coming too, he said smiling. Serafal, not only did I come, they came too, she said calmly while pointing at the two people who were leaving. Grafia-san/Sama and Advisor Sama, said surprised to Issei and Ingvild. Issei, what is Lucifer's wife doing here? He said surprised. Grafia, it's a pleasure to be back, but I want you to call me like a normal person. I'm off work, she said happily. Issei, for Lucifer's wife to be able to do whatever she wants, seriously, this world is very strange, he said calmly. Rias, also, why is he here? She said nervously. Serafal, he's here because he wants to talk to someone, she said calmly. Nice to meet you, my name is Jalal Citri. I hope we can get along, he said calmly. Azazel, well, it's better that everyone goes to choose their room. In fact, they are rooms for 2 people, he said calmly while showing him the keys. Also, Issei, that's your room, he said calmly while giving him the key. Once Azazel showed them the key, many began to choose the key and their dorm roommate, and then they went straight to their rooms and Issei and Ingvild looked at the key and then looked at each other and decided to go to their room, but they went to their room while holding hands. Issei, well, that will be our room, he said calmly while looking for the key in his pocket. Ingvild, come on, let's go to Apuriel's, he said happily. Issei, ready, I opened it, he said calmly while making himself look away. Ingvild, she runs in while looking at the room. That's nice, she said happily. Issei, that's why that hotel became famous, he said calmly while leaving his backpack on the bed. Now that I see it, there's only one bed, he said calmly. Ingvild arrives and hugs Issei while putting her winged face next to Issei's face. Now I understand why he gave us the key, she said calmly. While leaving that aside, come Issei, she said happily while grabbing his hand and taking him to the patio of the room. Look at Issei, that's the sea. How I love the sea, she said happily while looking at the sea. Issei, it seems that you love that, he said calmly after knowing his tastes. Ingvild, yes, I like the sea, the sand, and even more at night when it rains stars. I love that, she said happily. Issei, I'm glad you enjoy it, he said happily while grabbing her hand. I love you, Ingvild, he said calmly while looking at Ingvild. Ingvild, I love you too, Issei, she said happily. Issei/Ingvild. They kiss and they last for almost a minute, and then they separate. With the others, everyone was putting away their things and the men were talking while in a room with 2 beds. Saji, why would Azazel have given the key directly to Kurigane? He said calmly while putting away his things. Kiba, it must be because they are already a couple and we can't say anything because we already know how strong Kurigane is, he said calmly. Although I wouldn't mind asking him to help me train swordsmanship, he said calmly. Saji, do you think he can help you knowing what he is like? He said in doubt. Kiba, I wouldn't lose if we tried, he said in doubt. Later on, everyone was already gathered in their swimsuits. The girls were talking and having fun with Ingvild, of course without arguing, Sona Minako and Irena, but the girls didn't realize that someone was missing. With Issei. He was walking while talking to the boys. Saji, hey Kurigane, how could you make Ingvild your partner? He said calmly, of course, with a little fear. Issei, since when do you talk to him like that? He said not seriously. Saji, oh well, he said with fear. Kiba, calm down, he said with fear. Issei, he just ignored and decided to walk. Finally, why did you talk to me? He said calmly. Saji/Kiba, we want you to train us, he said determinedly while standing in front. Issei, I refused, he said seriously. Saji/Kiba, he said surprised. Issei. Because you have to learn that alone, he said not seriously as he passes by them. Saji. But Kurigane, he said surprised as he turned around. He saw that he was no longer there. Kiba, where did he go? He said excitedly. Issei, ouch, that hurt, he said seriously. Who are you? He said seriously while taking out his mark. It's me, Zenovia, she said calmly as she watched Issei sitting on the floor. Issei, don't do that again, he said seriously. Zenovia, I have something to ask you, she said determinedly. Issei, what do you want? He said not seriously. Zenovia, she got nervous because of Issei's gaze. I want him to give me a child, she said determinedly. Issei, he said surprised. Zenosha, you're already dating Ingvild, now it's my turn to go out, so I want to have a child of yours, she said she decided. Issei, because you want to have a child of mine, he said seriously. Zenovia, you are a strong person with your gene and mine, we can have a strong son, she said determinedly as she begins to lower her brow. It's my first time, I suppose you already did it with her, right? So I hope you guide me, she said nervously as she shows her breasts to Issei. Issei stares at Claro, said as if nothing. Zenovia, thank you, well, we have to start before they arrive, she said calmly. Issei stares, of course not, girl, he said as if nothing. Zenovia, no, you didn't accept me, she said worriedly as she sat on top of him and tried to kiss him. In the sea where everyone is having fun. Everyone was having fun until one wondered. Ingvild, where will Issei-san be? She said calmly while looking back. Change to Irena with Ruruko. Ruruko, come on Ingvild-san, throw the ball, she said happily. Ingvild, yes, of course, she said happily. Ruruko catches the ball happily. With Issei. The boy was seen grabbing the Gremry Knight by the neck. Issei, listen to me, don't do that again, don't even think that I'm a child producer. I only have one person, that person is the only one I love and the only one I fell in love with, and that girl is Ingvild, he said seriously while activating his mark. Zenovia, trying to breathe, okay, I'm sorry, she said with difficulty. Issei. He releases Zenovia and heads towards the door, and when he gets to the door he kicks it, causing the door to open brutally. He receives the slam of the door. Ichiwai, what's wrong with you, idiot? I shout angrily while watching the blonde leave. Issei, wow, what happened to your face? He said calmly. What happened if you're the one who hit me? He said angrily. Issei, oh sorry, he said calmly. A pardon is not enough, he said angrily. Issei, he couldn't finish his sentence as he heard her yelling. Ruruko/Ingvild, Issei-senpai/SAN, come play. They both shouted at the same time, and then they get together and start laughing. Impossible she is. Ingvild. Chapter 34. Reunion of childhood friend and Ingvild's old house. An unknown boy was surprised because he never imagined seeing that girl again. It's impossible, Ingvild, but if I left it sealed, he said in his mind, surprised. The boy didn't change his surprise as he watched the blonde head towards her. Issei, what's wrong? He said calmly. Ingvild, let's play, she said happily while throwing the ball. Issei along with Ingvild and Ruruko were playing while the boy did not come out of his shock, and he decided to approach to confirm if she was the person he would never think to see again. Hello, excuse me, you are Ingvild, he said a little nervously while asking the girl. Ingvild, how do you know my name? She said learnedly. Well, okay, don't you remember me? I'm Kito, he said calmly. Ingvild, I have no idea who he is, she said calmly. Stays silent. Okay, I have to go, so bye, he said a little calmly as he left. Issei, who the hell is he? He said unseriously. Ingvild, I don't know, she said calmly. Issei, hey Ingvild, don't you want something? He said while pointing to a small restaurant. Ingvild, yes, of course, he said happily. After Issei invited Ingvild to have something to eat, when they arrived the restaurant owner gave him the list of food. Issei was left in doubt since he didn't know what Ingvild likes. He knows that they haven't even been together for a month, So he doesn't really know what Ingvild likes, and he had to ask him. Issei, hey Ingvild, what do you like? He said calmly. Ingvild, yo, she said nervously as she starts combing with her fingers. And you Issei-san, she said nervously. Issei, to be honest, this is the first time I'm eating seafood, so I don't know which one would be better. For two, I'd like to ask you which one I would eat, he said happily while showing his smile. Ingvild, I know what if we order some fried mojaras, he said happily. Issei, well, I'd like to try it, he said happily. One time Ingvild ordered 2 fried mojaras and was waiting for a few minutes, and then they see that he brings some fried mojaras. Issei, he just stared and was surprised. So that's fried mojara, he said calmly while looking at Ingvild who was eating happily. It seems that you like it, he said calmly. Ingvild, yes I love it, she said happily. The couple was eating the fried mojara while the others were having fun until one asked. Minako, where is Issei? She said a little sad because she couldn't find him. Kaneko, he is eating with Ingvild senpai, she said neutrally while showing him the restaurant. After a few minutes the couple leaves the restaurant after eating. Ingvild, haha, I'm so full, she said happily. Issei, I don't doubt it, if we fill up well, he said happily. Tell me Ingvild, let's go for a walk now that it's early for it to get dark, he said happily. Ingvild, yes, let's go, she said happily while pulling his arm. So the couple went for a walk anywhere. Both were having fun, they even spent almost the entire time kissing until night came. The couple returned to the hotel and went to look for the others. After searching they entered a room where everyone was sitting Japanese style and both sat down, and everyone was having fun until they asked one of them. They asked? Issei, tell me Jalal, what is the reason you came here? He said not seriously. Note, ignore the brand on the front. Jalal, well, I'll be honest with you. I came to see an opportunity to talk to Ingvild, he said calmly. Issei, because you want to talk to her, he said seriously. Jalal, I wanted to know what happened since that day she was separated from her parents, he said not seriously. Everyone was silent as they never imagined what Ingvild suffered. Ingvild, after I was separated from my parents I was supported by a friend, she said sadly. Sona, but if you are half human then your parents who were the human, she said a little sad. Jalal, on the demonic side it was his mother's blood and the human blood was from his father, he said calmly. His father was a surgeon doctor which was the one who saved the mother's life. That is where their love story began. Although I hate to admit it I was jealous of him, he said calmly while the others were surprised by what he said last. No one had words to say because of the shock they were feeling from what the last word said, but Ingvild gets up and leaves the room. Azazel, you will not go for her, he said calmly. Issei, leave it, she needs space to take her mind off it, he said unseriously. Tell me what was the reason Ingvild's parents were killed, he said unseriously while looking at the person. With Ingvild. She was leaning on a bar while crying a little. Tell me why you are crying, he said a little sadly. Ingvild, it's you from the afternoon, she said calmly while looking at the boy again. Tell me, don't you remember me? He said a little sad. Ingvild, who are you? I don't know you, she said a little sadly while looking at the boy. As I told you, my name is Kito, I'm your childhood friend, he said calmly. Ingvild is surprised and just stares. Impossible, I thought I would never see you, she said while crying and putting her hand over her mouth. Kito, yes, I also thought that we would never see each other again, he said happily while being hugged by the girl. Issei, he was just looking out the window while touching his chest. What is that pain I felt when she was hugging that guy, he said seriously in his mind. Note, ignore the brand on the front. Ingvild, tell me how you've been, she said happily. Kito, that should tell you, I know that this illness would make it impossible for you to wake up, he said seriously. Ingvild, yes, but I met a person who was very serious and cold, she said calmly while making the boy worry. Kito, he is scared by what she said. Tell me that bastard didn't treat me badly, he said scared by what she said. Ingvild, no, he didn't do anything bad to me. The only thing he supported me about was my illness and also to control my magic and also, she said happily at first but at the end she blushes a lot. He is my boyfriend and until now I am happy with him, she said happily. Kirito, ouch that hurt, he said in his mind while feeling a pain in his chest. Ingvild, he said calmly. Ingvild, Issei-san said happily. Issei, MMO you're the person who kissed the door, he said carefree. Kirito, yes, it was you who hit me with the door, angry shout. Issei, don't be a screamer anymore, he said calmly. Kirito, yes you will be, he said angrily. Ingvild, please don't get angry, she said calmly while trying to calm him down. He's my boyfriend Issei Kurigane, she said happily while introducing him. Kirito, nice to meet you, Kurigane-san, he said calmly while shaking his hand. Issei, likewise, he said calmly while shaking his hand. Kirito, tell me, Ingvild plans to go back to your ex-house, he said calmly. Ingvild, my house is still here, she said surprised and happy at the same time. Kirito, well, he said with a forced smile. A day later. Everyone was surprised and Ingvild was equally surprised. Ingvild, what happened to my little house? He said in shock. Kirito, well, since I had sealed you, the neighbors reported him missing and tried to sell the house, so I bought it and I didn't clean it anymore, he said with a forced smile. No one came out surprised and at the same time shocked because in front of them was a house in chaos, walls painted, window broken, wall fallen down, roof fallen, patio full of grass and dangerous animals. Issei, I see that we will have to clean, he said surprised. Azazel, well, what if we clean it with magic? He said calmly while covering the house with a magic circle but out of nowhere it disappears. What happened? He said surprised. Issei, well, I see that I would have to clean it by hand, he said calmly. Kirito, well, I have to go, Ingvild says goodbye to her. Ingvild, yes, goodbye, she said happily. Everyone had to accept that everyone was going to clean. The entourage. Citri and Rasawai began to clean inside, taking out trash, debris, sweeping and washing. The entourage of Rias began to clean in the courtyard where there are almost no herbs. Kiba and Genshuro were sent to clean up the area where there are long grasses and dangerous animals. Azazel was ordered to raise the wall, that is, to glue the blocks, although at first he refused but then he was threatened by Issei, things that he accepted without thinking. Rias, Minako, Irena and Sona were ordered to paint the walls where they were scratched. Poor things were ordered to be painted almost the whole house. And Issei along with Ingvild and Jelal and Grafia began to clean the rooms upstairs. Issei, there's too much dust, he said calmly while trying to walk slowly so as not to raise the dust. Ingvild, Issei-san, I will clean where my room was and you choose a room to clean, she said calmly. The three of them, they nodded and each gave them a room. Issei, he opened a door and saw that it was a double bed but that was already in pieces. I imagine it was his parents' room, he said in his mind. He walks to the window and opens it although he fell and almost killed Genshuro. Saji, Ichiwai, do you want to kill me? Angrily shouted after the scare it gave him. Issei, I would be better off dead, he said calmly causing the aforementioned to shiver. He looks again at the real one and walks towards a piece of furniture and sees something a square. They are Ingvild's parents. Wait a moment, don't tell me that girl is her, he said surprised to see that the girl was very beautiful that until now he realizes. Which broke the seal and when he opened it he saw a small notebook. Without hesitation he grabbed it and read it. So that's what happened, huh? He said surprised. Well, I'm going to start cleaning, he said calmly as he closes the book and puts it in his pants. It's been almost 3 hours and the house was already clean as if they had just bought a new one. Azazel, well, since we're done cleaning, we have to celebrate around the house, he said calmly while his head, hands and fingers were bandaged. Issei, damn, what happened to you, Azazel? He said nonchalantly. Azazel, the truth is that a beam fell on my head, he said with a forced smile while the others had a drop of sweat on their heads, and I hit my hands with a hammer and a mallet and my fingers were stung by the cement, he said with a forced smile and the others with a drop of sweat on their heads. Grafia, well, how about we go inside to eat? She said calmly. Everyone accepted the idea and only 4 people entered. Rias, Damn it, she said angrily while trying to peel off the dried paint on her arms. If that damned Jalal wasn't there I wouldn't do it, she said angrily. Sona, remember the punishment that Issei gave us, she said calmly without caring what happened to her body and clothes. Irena, I support what Sona said, that was the punishment that Issei gave us, to do the work ourselves and not the others. Calm down. Mina just kept quiet. In another distant place almost on the mountain, the boy was seen walking until he arrived at the place. Kirito, tell me, do you want to start the attack already? He said seriously. Jujuju, of course, she said seriously with a smile. Kirito, but there's Ingvild, he said seriously. Oh, that's interesting, let's see how strong you've become, Ingvild Leviathan, she said seriously and with a smile while looking back and seeing several red, blue and gray demons. Chapter 35, The Beach Under Attack and Ingvild's Surprise. In another distant place almost on the mountain, the boy was seen walking until he arrived at the place. Kirito, tell me, do you want to start the attack already? He said seriously. Jujuju, of course, she said seriously with a smile. Kirito, but there's Ingvild, he said seriously. Oh, that's interesting, let's see how strong you've become, Ingvild Leviathan, she said seriously and with a smile while looking back and seeing several red, blue and gray demons. All that's missing is to give him an attack so they get alerted, she said seriously. With Issei and the others, everyone was seen having fun in Ingvild's new house. They even went to invite the Citri and Mao's Leviathan patriarchs, things that they didn't hesitate to bring food to celebrate. They even called the dragon Tannin to bring a bottle of hard liquor, things that many tried to do, to stop Azazel from going crazy with that tequila, things that he could have done well. Tannin, here is the bottle, he said calmly, but don't think I'm giving it to you cheap, he said lightly. Azazel, how much is it? He said calmly. Tannin, it's 100 yen, he said calmly. Azazel, nah, this is easy, he said amused while giving him the money. Tell me Issei wants some, he said happily. Drake, Minako, tell him not to give that crazy bird the tequila to your ex-brother, he said seriously. Minako, ouch, that hurt, she said in her mind when she heard ex-brother. Who has that tequila, she said in doubt. Drake, that tequila can only get dragons drunk, but if you give it to another race that is not a dragon, it can die, he said seriously. Minako, brother, don't take that, she said worriedly. Issei ignores what his ex-sister said and grabs a small glass of tequila, because little, he said seriously. Tannin, the truth is that we give him very little because with one drink he can get drunk very quickly for those who are not dragons, and if he drinks too much they can end up dying, he said calmly. Everyone who didn't know about alcohol was surprised except for those who already knew, like Rias, Sona, Serafal, Azazel, the patriarchs Citri and Jalal. They are the ones who know how dangerous that tequila is, and Ingvild, upon hearing that, became worried as he watched Issei drink it. Everyone expected some sign that he was already drunk, but at no time did he show it, things that were surprising. Issei, it only tastes like apple but it doesn't taste like alcohol, he said not seriously, so pour me another full glass, he said seriously. Azazel, but Issei, he said surprised. Issei, you serve me, he said seriously. Everyone who knew about alcohol swallowed their saliva when they saw that Issei was about to drink the glass of tequila. Issei takes a quick sip and leaves the glass on the table. That was delicious, now it tastes like alcohol, he said calmly, making everyone open their eyes wider. Azazel, wait, Issei, how can you act like nothing happened after having swallowed that whole glass, he said, surprised and not believing it. Issei, what, he said calmly. Tannin, with that glass and the little bit they served you with that, it's enough to kill you, he said surprised with his eyes open. Issei, well, the truth is, he said calmly, but then he didn't finish the sentence as he saw the glass and the atmosphere getting cold. Hey, Ingvild is angry, he said calmly as he looks at his partner. Ingvild, no, I didn't do that, she said surprised. After Ingvild said that, everyone became alert, but the atmosphere was getting colder and colder. Sona, Sama, you are the one who froze, she said a little angry. Serafal, no, it wasn't me, someone else did that attack, she said seriously. Kaneko, Issei-senpai, she said seriously while the aforementioned turns around. I feel many presences of different levels, she said seriously. Issei, so those demons he said seriously. Azazel, it's good that we are a little far from the human village, he said seriously. Issei, we have to go out, he said seriously as he leaves the house. Everyone did the same when they left. Everyone was surprised because the beach was frozen like the sand, trees, and the sea was also surprised because in the sky there were many red, blue, gray demons, and even some more demons. Azazel, Issei, who is he said seriously while doubting that it is not a commandment. Issei, a platinum demon. If you are going to fight them, it is better that you fight with brutal force, no magic since they absorb it, and use it to further strengthen their strength, and also do not be overconfident since it is the only demon that can cross barriers, he said seriously while the others are surprised. Jalal, so those are the demons that reported he said seriously, it is better to eliminate it, he said seriously. Issei, who are you and why did you bring those demons here? He shouted seriously while looking at the hooded man. Surprised face. Wow, Ingvild Leviathan, you have become more beautiful, she said seriously and with a smile. Ingvild, who are you? She said seriously. He just smiles and then takes off his hood, causing two to be surprised. Jabal, NPS, I believe she was supposed to be dead, he said in his mind, surprised while sweating. Ingvild, no, it can't be, it's not true, it's you. Mother. Everyone was surprised, even Issei, since everyone knew that Ingvild's parents were dead. Many wondered if it was a lie that deceived his daughter, since everyone knows what the descendants of the Mao are like. But Issei remains in doubt since he heard that his parents died. So he doubts how it is possible that she is alive until he comes up with a person who is capable of doing that. Issei, I see, they have already started their movements, huh? He said seriously in his mind. Ingvild, mother, how are you still alive? I was supposed to be dead, screams while crying. Seraphal, who is she? She said curiously. I will introduce myself. My name is Kono Leviathan and I am Ingvild's mother, she said seriously and with a smile. Everyone remained silent, no one had a word to say, but then they became alert as the woman was ready for the attack and launched it towards Ingvild, and Issei, seeing that Ingvild was not thinking, decided to throw himself at her to get her away from the attack. Issei, reacting, Ingvild, she is not your mother, he said seriously. Kono, I've heard rumors about you. I want to battle you, she said seriously while looking at Issei. Issei, Azazel, I entrust Ingvild to you, he said seriously. Hey, you said you wanted to battle me, so follow me, he said seriously as he takes out his wings and they move away from the others. Kono continued towards Issei. Azazel, damn, he's already gone, he said bored. Graphia, Azazel said it would be. Azazel, go to the hooded man. Who are you? He said seriously. Removes the blanket covering his face. Everyone is surprised because that person was the one they had just met. Ingvild, no, it's not true, you too, she said while crying. Kirito. The boy just stared and closed his eyes and then opened them again. Kirito, excuse me, Ingvild, he said seriously. Attack, they give the signal to the demons. Seraphal, we don't have time to create a plan, so everyone fight without dying, she said it would be. The demons have started attacking the members who were on the beach. The towers of both clan entourage battled against the platinum demons since Issei told him that they can only kill with physical attack and not magic. But because of one, the demon absorbed the attack. Sona, Rias, what Issei just said about that demon, she said seriously. Rias, she just says that so we don't launch our destructive attack, she said seriously. After saying that, the demon begins to increase his power and starts to attack with the power he gained by absorbing it, making everyone try to dodge that attack. Seraphal, didn't you hear what Issei Rias said? She said seriously and angry, leaving the aforementioned speechless. Rias, TKS, gets upset. The others attacked any of the demons, they only rely on that since those red, gray, and cobalt demons are more than the platinum demons. But the only one who did not fight was Azazel, since he is taking care of Ingvild after going into shock on his mother and his childhood friend. Kirito, I tell you, leader of the fallen, let me battle her, he said seriously. Azazel, first you will have to go through with me, he said seriously. Ingvild, let me fight him, she said slightly serious while her hair covers her eyes. Azazel, but Ingvild, he said surprised. Ingvild, please leave me, he said it was not serious. Azazel, take care, I'll go help the others, he said seriously. Ingvild, after Azazel left, she decides to take the courage to ask him, tell me why you do that, she said seriously. Kirito, I can't tell you, what's more, if I want to tell you, it's better that you defeat me first, he said seriously while activating a magician's symbol. Ingvild, so you are a magician, he said seriously while taking out his sword. Kirito, more than a magician, I'm a renegade magician, he said seriously. Ingvild decides to point his sword at his traitorous childhood friend, causing spikes of ice to appear on the ground where he is, and the boy dodges it and launches an attack. Ingvild is not far behind and decides to attack him. Both are fighting and even receiving damage. With Issei, the forest was seen full of purple fire and frozen since Issei is battling with Ingvild's mother. Issei, tell me how you came back to life, he said seriously while stopping the spear attack with his sword. Kono, that doesn't matter, he said it would be. Issei sees that he gives her a purple aura and then realizes she is being controlled. Damn it, Malascula, he said in his mind. Kono, she decides to attack him with a bit of ice through a magic circle which pierces Issei's shoulder. Issei, without hesitation, decides to hit him in the stomach. Kono, flag damn, said it would be. Issei and Kono fought incessantly no matter what was happening around, while Issei thought about how to stop her without killing her until an idea occurred to him. Issei, he goes straight to the woman and decides to hit her in the neck to knock her out. Kono, flag, spits out some blood and falls to the ground. Issei raises his hand and takes out a little of his power and puts that power into Kono's body and stands for a while waiting for her to wake up, but when he waits, the purple aura that he saw disappears and the same aura appears as Ingvild's, a cold sky blue aura. Kono groans as she wakes up. Oh, where am I? What was I doing? She said confused. Issei, I see that you woke up, he said seriously. Kono stares at the boy and stands up and gets into battle stance. Issei, calm down, there's no need for you to act like that. I freed you since you were controlled. He said seriously, you come or you stay. He said seriously while turning around. Kono, wait, where are you going? She said seriously. Issei, I'll go see how Ingvild is doing, he said unseriously. Kono, wait, how do you know my daughter? She said seriously. Issei, if you want to know, come here, he said not seriously. Issei and Kono left and arrived at the place where they are fighting. When they arrive, they see everyone fighting with the demons. The demons are few and the others were with some injuries, but when they finished eliminating the demons, Asia heals them, but Issei did not care about that, and he just stayed watching the battle where Ingvild and his treacherous childhood friend are. Ingvild, she has a few wounds and a drop of blood is falling on her head after receiving an attack on the head, and Kirito, he also had a few wounds, but he has a large wound under his right ribs, has a hole after receiving an ice attack. Kirito, spits blood. Ingvild, aja, she was panting from exhaustion. Her eyes began to feel heavy. Curse, this is as far as I've gone, my magic is about to run out, I'll soon fall asleep again, she said angrily in her mind as she struggled to open her eyes. Kirito realizes what is happening to him and decides to attack him. Kono, seeing that they launched an attack, she decided to go defend her daughter, but she didn't go because someone went towards her. Issei raises his sword and gives a vertical cut, causing the attack to split in two, then looks at Ingvild and charges him. Kirito, you again, he said annoyed. Issei, that's enough, he said seriously while hugging him. Kono, Kirito, why are you doing that? She said seriously. Kirito, Kono-san, he said tiredly, tell me Kurigane, why is it so important to you? Ingvild, he said seriously. Issei, I love him. When I met him, she was an annoying girl, but over time she decides to talk to me as if I were closer, he said lightly while Kirito listens to him and Kono is surprised, but what nobody knew is that Ingvild is listening to him. I don't know how much time passed, but one day I was very hard on her when she declared her feelings to me. He said lightly but then smiles calmly. But that day I received a tremendous slap from her and that's where I reacted and also said my feelings, he said happily. Until now I will take care of him, even I would give my life for her because, he said calmly while looking at Ingvild, because I love him much more than anyone, he said happily. Ingvild pretends to be asleep while holding back her tears. Kono, my daughter got a good man, she said in her happy mind, although I haven't forgiven him for the moment when she declared you an idiot, she said in her angry mind. Kirito, my friend, I've lost, he said tiredly as he stood still while all the Alliance allies arrived and went on alert. Ingvild, she opens her eyes and sees Kirito holding a piece of ice with a sharp point. Kirito, she said tiredly. Kirito, excuse me Ingvild, he said with a smile, and after showing that smile he sticks the ice in his throat where the vein is. Everyone is surprised by the attitude she made while Ingvild runs towards not only her but also Issei. Ingvild, Argento-san, please cure him, she said desperately. Asia, yes, she said worried. Kirito, I will not allow it, he said tiredly while receiving the squeeze from Issei to avoid more blood coming out, and raises a barrier to trap the three of us. Ingvild, what's wrong? Let them treat you, she said worried. Kirito, all that was my fault, he said tiredly. Ingvild, don't say anything anymore, she said while crying. Kirito, no, you shouldn't forgive traitors. I was the one who handed you over to your grandmother Kateria, he said tiredly while losing his breath. I tried to save my parents when I handed you over to her. I found out that my parents were already dead, he said while crying. What's more, I just realized that you got a better man than me since we were children. I feel I loved you, but you only saw me as friends, he said sadly. Kuro, no, Issei put you in charge of Ingvild. She is a girl with a fragile heart. Besides, the day I handed over Ingvild, it was the work of the Cowsbriets. By the way, be careful of that Cowsbriets group their leader is, he said tiredly but didn't finish because he was interrupted. Issei, I know it's Ophis, he said seriously. Kirito, he spoke in a low voice that could not be heard. Issei, he approaches and hears what he said, things that surprised him, and sees Kirito, but he was already dead. Everyone felt sorry for him since he was a childhood friend of Ingvild, even Ingvild's mother. 2 hours had passed and they had already buried Kirito's body. Ingvild was just standing in front of the burial site, but then she went to Issei, but before arriving she saw her friend again. Ingvild, I won't let your death be like this because of them, she said seriously. Ingvild goes back to Issei to go with the others to go back home and start a new day. Chapter 36 OVA, Shido Irena. Hello, my name is Shido Irena. I just want to tell you about my worst childhood that I've had because of someone. 12 years ago. I was walking since my parents had moved to Japan for a job. I only walked for a while, but when I saw the neighbor of my house I saw two friends. One was a girl and the other was a boy. So I had an idea and I went up to them and asked them if I could play since we are neighbors. They did not hesitate and agreed to play with them. I had introduced myself as, my name is Shido, I hope we get along, he said happily. Me too, my name is Issei and she is my sister Minako, she said happily. Nice to meet you, my name is Minako, I hope we get along well, she said happily. After I had introduced myself I realized that my parents also started talking to Issei and Minako's parents, and that made me happier, and we got along for a month, but none of the three of us knew that that day would change a lot since two more girls arrived. One was a redhead, and the other was a black-haired girl with glasses. She had introduced herself as, hello, my name is Rias Gremory, she said happily. My name is Sona Citri, she said happily. The three of us accepted and invited him to play, but before we could continue playing, Issei and I called us. We both went to where we were called, while Minako and Rias stayed with Sona. But I never imagined that that day would change things so much. Rias, tell me, mine, do you believe in supernatural things? She said lightly. Mina, you mean angels and demons, she said curiously. Sona, that's right, And what would happen if we told you that we too are not human, but demons? She said seriously. Mina, well, I would have a hard time believing it, she said doubtfully. Rias, well, we are demons, she said seriously while taking out her wings along with Sona. Mina was surprised since she thought it was just a joke. Mina, this is why they tell me this, she said learnedly. Rias, you are carrying an artifact that the biblical god created, she said while pointing at Mina. Mina, artifact of God, she said confused. Sona, yes, he carries a sacred gear known as the Issei, a celestial dragon that was feared by all biblical factions. Afterwards, Rias and Sona decided to talk to her about the supernatural, and then Mina decided to talk to her parents about things that also made her go into shock. After the declaration, Mina's parents decided to ask her a question. Mina's dad, hey, Rias Sona Issei also has one, he said with hope to know that his son is also stronger. My mother, yes, I also want to know, she said happily. Rias, what a pity, let me tell you that he really has nothing, he is just a simple human who was born to be weak, she said proudly. Sona, that's how it would be said, the weak die and the strong survive. She said it would be. Shidu, what happened? He said confused as he entered the Hyadu family house. Rias, tell me Shidu, do you want to have a friend who is too weak? She said seriously. Shidu, I don't know what to say, he said in doubt. Rias, come on, don't be so intimidated, she said with a smile, while her eyes shine crimson. Shidu, for a strange reason he gets carried away by Rias's eyes, he even lost the shine in his eyes and he also feels that something wants to do him. Rias, come on, let's punish them for being born weak, since the weak always die and the strong live. She said seriously. Shidu, but why are you telling me that? He said in doubt with dull eyes. Sona, it's because Minako has a biblical-based god artifact. That means she's strong and powerful, she said while adjusting her glasses. That's how it was from that day his parents began to mistreat him, and I, as I was blinded by the fault of Rias Gremory, also began to mistreat him more. Days, weeks, months passed until the day came when they got bored of him. Since then, they wondered what he would do because he was tired, but since I wasn't there, I went to my house since my parents called me. That day was when the idea of asking my parents occurred to me. Shidu Otosan, who is actually the demon, said doubt. Shidu's father, I thought you didn't care, he said surprised. Well, you see, demons are evil beings, they play with humans, they are what brings evil and corrupts humans, he said seriously. Shidu, after hearing that I was scared for my friend, yes, my friend who betrayed him. After hearing that I went straight to Hayadu's house and he wasn't there, so I went looking for him until I found him, but there was a purple portal, and I saw him throw it without stopping laughing. I was scared and with regret I left the house before they started talking to me, but when I got home I saw my parents packing their suitcases. Shidu, what's wrong, Otosan? He said in doubt without showing the sign that he was afraid. Shidu's dad, we're going to move to another country, he said calmly. Shidu, I just stared at my father while feeling relieved to get away from them, but I still regret it. A few days later I saw that Sona was calling me, but I didn't pay attention to her, but she told me that it was something important, so I went, and when I arrived I saw Sona with a book. With a nervous look she began to read a part that I hadn't read, saying what is in that place. I was speechless, and with fear I decided to go back to my house to finish packing my things. And the next day the Shidu family left, but without saying goodbye to the Hayadu family, although Shidu's parents asked them where Issei was and they answered that he was missing. While falling fake tears after a long greeting they left, and arrived at their country where they were going to go. Shidu was put in the church to be trained. Shidu, I will not forgive you, damn Gremory. Because of you I was blinded and I betrayed my only friend and my only love, he said in his mind furiously while hitting the training dummy with a stick. The girl had trained almost all day, but for some reason she felt some weights falling on her shoulders, so she decided to leave the training and entered the church. She sat down and began to pray, showing all her repentance and her sins, until she saw a priest walking, and she without hesitation went towards him. Shidu, excuse me, father, can I talk to you? He said hopefully. Father, yes, tell me your name, she said calmly. Shidu, my name is Shidu Irena, she said calmly. Father, tell me, Did Irena hear you? He said calmly. Irena decided to tell him what happened, of course, with fear since she doesn't know how he would react, so she told him how she met the two boys and also told him when she met the two girls. She even told him that she was actually a demon, things that surprised the father. She also told him that those demons revealed the supernatural to her friend's family. She also told him the part when she looked into the eyes of that girl, and after looking into those eyes she began to hit and beat her friend, and after they got tired of hitting she threw him into a dimension. Irena, I know I don't deserve to be here because I'm a sinner, but please don't tell my parents about me, she said while crying and bowing her head. Father, come on, I can't tell you anything since you told me that you saw the eyes of that demon. That means that you were controlled, he said a little sad. In addition, you showed me your regrets to me and to the most important, he said calmly while pointing to the cross. We can't fix the past, but we can change the future, so cheer up. Don't let your pain drown you. Get up and keep moving forward and never look at the past. Look at the future, he said with a smile. Irena, I didn't know what to say, but she swore that one day she would pay for what she did. That's where Irena trained hard to be able to pay back what they did to her. She even got to meet her friend Zenovia, who worked together to eliminate the renegade demons. But what she doesn't know is that in the future it will bring her many problems and more suffering than she imagined. Chapter 37, Back Home and the 10 Commandments. Human World. One day after the commandments are released. In an almost dark place where little light enters, a magic circle appears and 11 people come out. Where are we? He said seriously. In the human world, he said seriously. They haven't told us his human name, she said bored. It's true, my name is Hendrickson, I'm a magician's master, he said seriously. And you have commandments, he said seriously and at the same time curious. I am Fraudrin of Disinterest, he said unseriously. My name is Galand de Laverdad, he said calmly. I am Melascula of Faith, he said with a smile. I am Droll de Paciencia, he said calmly. I am Gloxina of Rest, he said calmly. I am Deriri of Purity, he said with little sleep. I am Monspeed of Reticence, he said while pulling his mustache. I am Greyode of Pacifism, he said calmly. I am Zeldris of Piety and Captain of the 10 Commandments, he said seriously. I am Esterasa del Amor, he said seriously while looking at a little bird singing softly. Shut up already, he said seriously, making the little bird behave strangely and then explode. Melascula, she stared at a place out of nowhere. That level of magical power is undoubtedly she said it would be. Zeldris, who is he? He said seriously. Melascula, he is, she said seriously. Issei, the former captain of the 10 Commandments. Everyone was upset when they heard that name, and one of them wanted to go towards him to kill him, but was stopped by Zeldred. But one of them came up with an idea. Melascula, why don't I lock him up? She said seriously. Zeldris, do whatever you want, but he won't sit back and do nothing, he said seriously. Melascula, fufufufu, she smiled evilly while preparing her attack. MMMIC, so he is with that group of pathetic demons, she said calmly while she saw them through her darkness. Jujujujiji, you seem to be having fun at Issei, she said it would be while she saw one of them disappear from a flash of light. Cocoon of darkness, she said in her mind. When she made the attack. Galand, what did you do? He said seriously. Melascula, I locked him up, and he didn't finish speaking as he felt that something had increased in power. A weak level increased his strength too much out of nowhere, he said seriously, making the commandments call his attention. Gloxina, who was that power? He said calmly while he was inside his spear. Melascula, I don't know who it is, she said it would be, and that power is increasing out of nowhere, she said it would be, and at the same time out of nowhere. Zeldris, that power is he said seriously. Melascula, she had a serious face, but then she closes her eyes and then opens them again. He managed to break my cocoon of darkness as if it were a leaf, she said seriously. Everyone was silent as he felt that power that everyone was upset with, but he also felt a presence that no one expected. Melascula, That power is the one again, she said, annoyed. Monspeet, whose power is that? He said seriously. Esterasa, it's the Archangel male, he said seriously. Everyone was serious, waiting for the presences that collided until the end arrived. Melascula, the battle ended. I don't know who won, he said it would be Zeldris. It seems that we are going to be more careful if he appeared. It is because he will be trying to not wake us up, although it took him a while to stop us, he said seriously. Everyone nodded, and then he asked the wizard about his plan. On the day after the battle with Ingvild's childhood friend at Ingvild's house. After the battle against Ingvild's childhood friend, everyone returned home, and on the other hand, Azazel, who called the leaders of both factions, angels and demons, and when the two leaders arrived, he was surprised by something. Michael, what topic were you going to talk about, Azazel? He said calmly. Azazel, why don't we go with them? He said calmly. Zerzex, with whom? He said in doubt. Azazel, just follow me, he said calmly as he went to the place he mentioned. The leaders were walking and came to a room, and when they opened the door to enter the room. Azazel, many things have happened. We have been attacked by demons, he said seriously. Searches, why didn't they communicate with us? He said seriously. Graphia, it's because they sealed all communications, she said seriously. Zerzex looks away and notices a person. You are Kono Leviathan, he said seriously. Kono, Zerzex Gremory said serious. Everyone in the room is surprised because it is clear that they know each other, and both begin to increase their power, making the house shake a little, but then they are stopped by someone. Zerzex, what are you doing here? He said seriously as he slowly felt his power. Kono, this is my house, so shut your mouth, Gremory, she said seriously. Zerzex, tell me. He couldn't finish because he felt something sharp on his neck and turned to see who it was. Issei, if you start talking nonsense you'll regret it, he said seriously. Author's note: ignore the maraca in front, and having normal clothes on turns off assault mode. Zerzex, excuse me Issei, but she must be imprisoned, he said seriously. Issei gets upset and kicks him, sending him into the wall, and decides to stick the tip of his sword into his shoulder while nailing him to the wall. I told you that if you say anything you will regret it, Lucifer, he said seriously. Kono, Lucifer, is he the current one? She said seriously in her mind. Zerzex, you must listen to my reason, Issei, he said a little worried. She must be imprisoned since she fled the underworld after the Civil War, he said seriously. Issei, and what do I care about? He said seriously while removing his sword from Lucifer's shoulder. Ingvild, listening to what I'm going to tell you, he said seriously. Ingvild, tell me Issei-san, he said curiously. Issei, choose what you would do for your mother, he said seriously, causing the whole room to be surprised. Kill him or seal him, he said seriously, causing everyone to remain speechless. Azazel, I heard, she would be your future mother-in-law of your partner Issei, he said a little upset. Kono, damn bird, what are you talking about? She said seriously while looking at Azazel. Ingvild, because Issei-san said sad. Issei, your mother was being controlled by one of the 10 commandments, so I temporarily removed the control. We don't know when she will be controlled, he said seriously. Michael, what do you mean? He said curiously. Issei, faith, that is the commandment, who revived the dead, who has a great thirst for revenge. I imagine that Kono Leviathan had a great desire for revenge towards Kateria, isn't that so? He said seriously. Kono, how did you know? She said seriously. Issei, she told me, he said calmly while pointing at Ingvild. Ingvild, there is no other way, he said sadly. Issei just stares, ha. Ingvild, I will do it, she said determinedly. He did it in an instant without thinking, they said in their minds. Issei, well, that ends it. By the way, Lucifer, I don't want you to say that again. Did you understand? He said seriously. Zerzex nodded nervously. Jalal, well, that would be the end of it, he said calmly. Kono realizes something and grabs Jalal by the back and forces him to bend down while he puts his feet on Jalal's column and begins to pull his arms back. and you imbecile better not have forced him to be a fiancé to my girl with a good-for-nothing demon, she said seriously and angry while pulling Jalal's arms back. Jalal, I swear on my arms that I didn't lay a finger on your daughter. If you don't believe me, ask young Issei since he was with her the whole time, he said while almost crying in his arms as he felt horrible pain. A drop of sweat fell on everyone's neck while they ignored what was happening, so one decided to change the subject. Michael, Azazel, what you wanted to tell me is that someone has revived beings thirsty for revenge, he said calmly. Azazel, yes, in my faction I gave the order to eliminate him since they must be dead, not revived, he said seriously. Surzex, in the demon territories they are also taking care of them, he said seriously while he had his hand on the wound where Issei left. Michael, well, I have to go. I'll go and tell them what's happening, he said calmly as he disappeared in a flash of light. Surzex, likewise, follow me Graphia, he said seriously. The leader of the demons and angels left, and only the Gremory group, Citri, Azazel, Issei, Ingvild and Kono remained. Issei, well, I think it's time to go home, Ingvild, he said calmly. Ingvild, yes, she said happily, Mom will come too, right? She said happily while looking at her mother. Kono, he just looks at his daughter in surprise and then smiles. If we go home, he said happily. Azazel, you are also coming since you have classes tomorrow, he said calmly. So everyone got ready to go home, but Issei kept looking at the sky. Issei, Kirito, I won't let his death be in vain, I'll kill that bastard, he said seriously in his mind as he remembers what he said. Ingvild, Issei-san, something is wrong, she said a little worried. Issei, it's okay, let's go, your mother will surely be waiting, he said calmly. Ingvild, yes, let's go, he said happily. Everyone got ready to leave, but they didn't go by bus but by magic circle to get to their sweet home. Chapter 38. Let's go to Kyoto. Everyone had arrived at their house while so many in Issei's house appear along with Ingvild, but it's not just them. Ingvild's mother Kono Leviathan also arrived. Kono, so this is where they live, she said curiously. Issei, well, there is still time, you don't have clothes, we will have to buy you some, he said calmly. Ingvild, yes, I would love to go, she said happily. Kono smiles seeing how her daughter gets along with the blonde. Issei accompanied Ingvild along with Kono to buy clothes for Kono. After buying, Ingvild begged him with a puppy face asking for some cotton candy, things that Issei could not deny while Kono was having fun with the way her daughter acted with her partner. After a long time having fun they returned home. Ingvild wanted to cook but Kono refused and said that she would cook, making Ingvild accept without hesitation. Issei and Ingvild were waiting for the food to be ready when Kono finished calling him and everyone sits down. Issei, that smell is too delicious, he said in his mind while looking at the food that Kono prepared. Kono, take this, your share, she said calmly. Issei, thank you, he said calmly while grabbing the plate. Kono, this is yours, daughter, she said calmly. Ingvild, yes, Oka-san, he said happily. Issei, so what are you doing is a family dinner? It's like I was invited by Ingvild to his house. Only Ingvild's father would be missing to see how the four of us are a family, he said happily in his mind as an idea of Ingvild's father and him together with Ingvild came to him. Ingvild, that's delicious, she said happily. It was a family night enjoying themselves and then they went to sleep to wait for a new day. The next day at school. The classroom looked almost messy as he was wondering where to go. Murayama, any Ingvild, where would you like to go? He said happily. Kates, yes, I heard that we are going to Kyoto, so let's plan to go to a place, she said happily. Ingvild, well, I want to go where Issei-san will go, she said while blushing. Murayama, by the way, you have declared yourself, she said curiously. Ingvild, she said blushing as she remembers when she coldly rejected him, and when she slapped him. She also remembers when he told her it was her second kiss. Memory of Ingvild. Kates, seeing your face, he says yes, he said happily. Ingvild, yes, I confessed to him, and we became a couple, she said happily while blushing. Murayama /Kates, Kaya Ingvild San, They shouted happily while hugging Ingvild. Issei, what are they saying so much? He said in his mind without believing it. Next day on the train. 2 clans were seen, the same with Issei and Ingvild. Sona, you must behave well, I don't want any problems. She said it would be. Rias, be careful, guys, she said calmly. The train was about to leave. Everyone settled into their seats. Issei was left alone for a few minutes as Ingvild went to talk to his friends until one of the Gremry knights arrived. Girls, Kaya Kiba-kun, she said happily. Kiba, ha ha ha, sorry, I just came to see Issei, he said calmly. Issei, what do you want? He said not seriously. Kiba, I just came to ask something, he said in a low voice. Is it true that Azazel says that Minako-san has a curse from the previous bearers? He said in a low voice. Issei, if he says that's the reason he can't use all his power, he said seriously in a low voice. Kiba, also, how does it feel to be loved by Ingvild-san? He said curiously. Issei, I don't know what to say, I even feel like I want to take him to bed, he said curiously. Kiba, it seems that you love Ingvild-san so much. Good luck and I hope that your relationship goes well, he said calmly. It took a few minutes until I reached the destination. Many were getting off excitedly because they wanted to have some good memories of Kyoto. On the other hand, Issei was getting off with Ingvild and walking with Murayama, Keite's Kiryu and the 2 perverts from the school Motosuma and Matsuma. That group was walking towards the hotel. Azazel, okay, guys, there will be rooms for men and women. It will be a room for 3 people, he said calmly. Everyone was divided. Ingvild decided to go sleep with Murayama and Keite along with Kiryu and Issei because he refused. He wanted to be alone and Azazel didn't say anything and accepted after getting ready in their rooms. Everyone went out to have fun. Raswaisi, well, you can go wherever you want, but not further than Kyoto. Besides, you have time. It's early today and I want you to return before nightfall. Do you understand? She said lightly. All yes, sensei, he said calmly. They all went to different places. Everyone had fun. Ingvild, come Issei-sen, let's go to that place, he said happily. Issei, that, he said calmly as he saw thousands of steps to reach the top. Nope, he said calmly as he turned around. Ingvild, come on Issei-san, he said with his cheeks puffed out. Issei, ha 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 ha, sigh, okay, let's go, he said calmly. Ingvild, yes, he said happily while grabbing Issei's hand and Murayama's hand. Keite's was grabbed by Murayama and Kiryu was grabbed by Keite's, and so they were taken for a walk. Minutes later. Everyone had already reached the top. Ingvild, Murayama, Keite's, Kiryu and the 2 perverts rang the bell and closed their eyes to make wishes while Issei walked and even went into the forest. With Ingvild. She was walking looking for her partner, but she meets 2 girls, Citrus. Tsubasa, hello Ingvild-san, he said happily. Ingvild, hi, hey, I have a question. Have you seen Issei-san? She said calmly. Momo, no, we haven't seen him since we separated. She said calmly. Tsubasa, why don't we go there? Maybe we can find him. She said calmly. The 3 girls were going to walk but were stopped by a voice. Listen, you intruders, what are you doing in our territory? She said seriously. The 3 girls looked at the place where the voice came from and saw a girl. Momo, who are you? She said seriously. That should tell you attack, he said would-be. The soldiers obeyed the order and attacked. The girls defended themselves. Tsubasa hit him with his brutal strength. Momo attacked with her magical strength and Ingvild used his power to control him. The water that was in a river near them and they caught them. The moment they caught him they froze him and left his head outside. They were still going to continue fighting but he was stopped by the... Wait, there's no need to fight anymore, he said, not very worried. Who are you? He said seriously. Calm down, princess, he said a little worried. The girls, princess, they said in their confused minds. My name is Azazel, leader of the fallen angels, and you are, he said calmly. Kunu, daughter of the Yukai leader, she said it would be. Azazel, sorry Kunudano, we just came to walk as if we were human, he said calmly while looking at the girl. And by the way girls, where are you Issei? He said while looking at the girls. Ingvild, well, I couldn't continue talking because I heard a loud noise that scared even the birds. Everyone looked towards the place where the noise came from, but a Yukai soldier came running in that direction. Yukai, Kunu-sama, there is a monster there that killed my companion Koli, he said, a little scared. Kunu, we have to go, we also have to alert, she said it would be. Azazel, wait, we'll go, he said seriously. Now what nonsense did you do, Issei, he said in his mind. They were all taken to the place where the massacre took place. When 4 people arrived, they were shocked when they saw who had committed the massacre. Azazel, I don't know why I had to come, wait, if I hadn't come he would have killed the princess, he said in his mind with his hand on his face while he saw Issei bathed in blood and the place covered in blood. Just change your clothes into the uniform while carrying the sword. Kunu, who are you? She said seriously while her soldiers gather around Issei. Azazel, wait, he's our ally, a student too, he said, not worried as he stood in front of Kunu. Issei, what's happening? Out of nowhere they attacked me and so I killed him, he said seriously. Ingvild, Mo Issei-san, at least you should have left him unconscious, it was not necessary to kill him, she said a little angry while her cheeks swelled. Issei looks away to avoid being scolded again. Azazel, I apologize for the stupid thing that idiot did, he said calmly. Issei, what are you saying, Crow? He said not seriously, making the aforementioned shiver. Kunu, it's okay since it was normal my men attacked them without my orders so I apologize and I'm leaving, he said calmly and sighed as he left with his soldiers. Momo, who is she? She said curiously. Azazel, this is Kyoto, it is the territory of the Yukai race. She is a Kunu, daughter of a Yukai leader. Well, try not to cause any problems. Issei, he said calmly. Everyone was shocked by what happened and Azazel said that it is better to go back or the other students would become suspicious. Chapter 39, A Walk and the Appearance of the Enemy. Once Issei massacred everyone returned to the Azazel and Raswisiai hotel. They watched the students who were all inside the hotel and watching that no one left the hotel and then met again. Azazel, okay, no one is missing, he said calmly while looking at the Gremry group, Kiba, Zenovia, Asia, Raswisiai, Irena Minako, and Citri looked at Tsubasa, Momo, Saji, Ruruko, Rhea, and also saw Issei along with Ingvild. Okay, we'll go to Yukai territory, he said calmly. Everyone was waiting for the person to take him to the castle, but he saw a woman with a foxtail and asked him to at least walk, and it took a few minutes to get to a temple and see that Kunu was there, but next to him was the Mao's Seraphim, and the person he would never have imagined. Ingvild Okasan, she said surprised. Kono, oh hello, he said with a forced smile. Issei, what are you doing here? You weren't in the house, he said surprised. Kono, well, months after I got together with my husband, I met Yasaka and we became friends. But when I found out that something happened to her, I didn't hesitate to come here, she said with a forced smile. Azazel, well, that makes some work easier, he said calmly while rubbing his shoulders. Damn, I'm sorry I took off some weights that were on my back, he said calmly while rubbing himself. Kunu, I apologize because I attacked you out of nowhere, and I also apologize to young Kurigane for being attacked out of nowhere, she said regretfully while bowing. Issei, I never said my name, he said calmly. Kono, well, the truth is that I was the one who said his last name, he said with a smile. Kono, well, that's what I told him, she said calmly. Azazel, well, why don't we go in? He said calmly. They all came in and sat down and started talking. Yukai, Yasaka-sama went to see something but out of nowhere she disappeared. It's like he was kidnapped, he said not seriously. From now on Kunu-sama is in charge even though Yasaka-sama is not there. He trusts her with the command, he said not seriously. There is also the image of Yasaka-sama, he said seriously while showing her the image. Everyone stared at the image. Of the men, Azazel and Saji were left with a stupid face, and Issei only limited himself to giving a look, and then changed his gaze to the other side and closed his eyes, and Kiba just stared at what was happening with the boys and girls. The women were left with angry faces because anger, that is the reason Yasaka has more breasts than them, that is why they got angry. Ingvild just turns to the other side and with his hands grabs his chest and begins to carry it with his hand and with jealousy. Ingvild, maybe Issei-san wants my breasts to be bigger, he said in his mind as he began to shed a few tears and began to hold his breasts with his hands while feeling jealous as he saw his partner who was staring at the image, and then his atmosphere changed, saying, "My breasts are small," and a defeated Kono just puts her hand on her mouth to stop herself from laughing at her daughter's behavior. "Issei, now that mosquito bit him," he said without believing it, seeing what Ingvild did to his chest and his behavior. "Kono, I know I was rude to you, but I still want your help to find my mother. Please help me," she said, pleading while kneeling. Issei, he stared at the girl and then closed his eyes, and a memory came to him. Memory of Issei. A town was seen burning with fire. Many people were fleeing, but they could not anymore since it was attacked by demons. All the humans fled to get out of the village, but they stopped. "Villager, wait, that guy is," he said with many but too much fear. "Villager 2, it's Issei, the merciless demon captain of the 10 Commandments," he said with fear. "Villager 3, what are you waiting for, you bunch of useless people? Run!" scream of fear. Many tried to escape from him, but they no longer had salvation since Issei killed them cruelly and mercilessly until he even burned the souls, or sometimes 8 souls that were collected by the demons. Issei, he was walking until he found 2 people. It was a mother and a girl. He sees that the girl was trying to lift some heavy beams to free her mother. "Mother, daughter, let me go, you have to live," she said with tears. "Daughter, NOMOM, I won't leave you here, come with me," she screamed while crying as she tried to lift her up until she got tired, but she realized that someone was looking back and the daughter looked back. "Please, Lord, help me," she screamed while lifting her up again, but what she didn't realize was that her mother was dying of fear since her daughter was so innocent that she didn't realize who he was. Issei, he just stared and decided to bring the mother and daughter closer. "Mother," she tried to talk to her daughter to run away, but because of fear she didn't let her speak. Issei comes forward and raises his sword. "Daughter." When she sees the shadow, she looks back and sees Issei with the sword up, and the daughter falls in fear. She wanted to talk, she wanted to run, but she couldn't because of fear. "Please." Issei is seen with his face covered in blood as he killed the mother and daughter and continued on his way. End of memory. "Kono, please help me," she said while leaning more, or rather she is leaning while touching the ground. Issei, I know they attacked me out of nowhere, but when I heard that she is a friend of Kono, I will help him find her, he said not seriously. Azazel, just as Issei said, we will also help him, he said calmly. They all agreed to help her in exchange for Kono accompanying her on a walk to learn more about the Yukai territory. The next day the group was waiting for Kono, and then she arrives and accompanies them to different places. With Issei the next day, he was walking, seeing different places and listening to Kono about the traditions, and then he looks at Ingvild. Ingvild, what's wrong, Issei-san? You've been like this since yesterday, he said in doubt. Issei, it's okay, he said calmly. By the way, yesterday you got jealous, right? He said calmly. Ingvild, I'm jealous. How can I believe it? She said nervously while looking to the other side. Issei, let me tell you that there is no other girl better than you. You are the only annoying one I had, he said calmly. Ingvild puffs out her cheeks at what Issei said. Issei, but you are the only person who has endured my cruelty, he said calmly while walking. Ingvild blushes and stares. Issei, you are the only person, no one can match you. That's why I fell in love. That's why I love you more than anyone, he said happily. Thank you for being by my side, I love you, he said happily while giving her a kiss. Ingvild starts to cry while receiving a kiss and giving him more kisses. The couple was kissing, but what they didn't know was that it was being seen by their companions. Kate/Murayama, KYAAA, that's nice, they shouted happily. Murayana, that's beautiful, it's like an inseparable love, she said happily. Kiryu takes photo, I wish you luck, said happily. Ingvild blushes as she realized she was being watched by her friends. They all decided to continue their walk, but when they passed the place they met Azazel again taking Razwyc. Hey Azazel, you know you can't drink while watching the students, he said it would be a little serious. Azazel, hey, if you keep going like this, you'll never find a boyfriend, he said calmly, not realizing that he had set a person on fire out of nowhere. Razwaisi gets very angry while her atmosphere catches fire. Okay, you asked for it, she said angrily and grabs the bottle that Azazel asked for and gulps it all down. Wajaja gets drunk. Hey waiter, bring me more, she said, drunk and angry. Everyone's sweat dropped when they saw the Valkyrie's behavior. Kates, well, how about we continue, she said with a forced smile. They all nodded since that had nothing to do with them. They continued walking. Kunu wanted to take her to the other side of the bridge, but out of nowhere she felt the atmosphere change out of nowhere. Issei, what is that? He said seriously as he realizes that his human companions are not there. Kunu, that purple atmosphere, I heard that a survivor saw it that way. Does that mean that it is related to my mother's disappearance? She said it would be. Issei, Argento, stay by the side, Kunu, don't get away from them, he said seriously. Asia, yes, she said lightly. Kiba, look, Issei-kun, he said seriously while pointing to the other side of the bridge. Everyone was on alert as they felt a presence on the other side of the bridge and saw a shadow. When the shadow disappeared, a group of people came out. Azazel, guys, be careful, he said seriously as he arrives in front of the others with his wings out. Issei, who are you? He said seriously while activating his weak mark and standing next to Azazel. Nice to see you, leader of the fallen Azazel and Demon Kun from another world, he said calmly. Azazel, who are you and how do you know he is from another world? He said seriously. Let me introduce myself, my name, he said calmly. Chapter 40, A Small Battle of Heroes and Supernatural Beings. Everyone was preparing to attack, but one of them speaks. Azazel, leader of the heroes, perhaps you are, he said surprised. Issei, how do you know about me? He said seriously. Chow chow, jujujuju, you'll see. One time you yourself expelled a great power along with that unknown person, and we also realized that you come from another dimension since we also felt 10 presences that seem like yours, he said calmly. Issei, you're talking about the 10 Commandments, he said seriously. Chow chow, well whatever, but that was easy, we investigated a little about your origin since we found a place close to the other world following the trail of your power, he said calmly. Issei, TKS damn it, don't even think about getting close to that dimension, he said seriously and annoyed. Azazel, what do you mean? He said seriously and curious. Issei, you see, this world is like the underworld or other factions that have their connections, but in the human world it is the closest to the other world. That dimension that they felt or rather that they followed comes directly from purgatory. I tell you not to even think about coming close, you are humans. You will not withstand the atmosphere of purgatory, he said seriously. That we are human and we will not endure juju that you made me laugh demon, he said seriously with a smile. Chow chow, well, because he doesn't start attacking, he said calmly while looking at the child. Leonardo. He raises his power and a strange creature appears on the ground and then shoots towards a mountain. Boom. Everyone looked towards the place where the explosion occurred. Azazel, shit, be careful, that attack is dangerous, he said seriously. Issei, TKS damn listen everyone Kiba Zenovia and Shidogo and fight with the swordsman, he said seriously while pointing at the aforementioned. Asia, you stay close to Kunohai to protect Asia and Kunu, he said seriously. And the others fight with those things also. Kiba can make a sword to absorb light, and so they don't receive damage, he said seriously while pointing to a group of strange creatures. Kiba, yes, he said seriously while creating the sword and giving it to each person. Everyone went to their post as Issei said. Minako took care of Asia and Kunu, Kiba, Zenovia and Irena battled with the swordsman and Azazel battled with Chow Chow. Chow Chow, what's up, fallen angel? That's all, he said, a little bored. Besides, he could continue talking because he put his spear in front of him, trying to stop an attack. Issei. He swung his sword at him but was stopped by the spear while sparking. He removed the sword and tried to give him a horizontal cut. Chow Chow jumps back trying to dodge the attack, attacks him with his spear with the intention of stabbing him with the tip. Issei. He puts his sword in front while he stops the attack while it sparks, but then uses more force to send the spear back. Both of them stared at each other but then resumed their attacks while sparking from the clash of the spear and the sword. Azazel. He is surprised by Issei's battle against Cao Cao, but I think I'll leave him to it. He said calmly, but then changes his gaze to where the others are and sees Kiba and Zenovia battling with the Estakin and Minako with the other members of the heroes. Irena with some monsters created by Leonardo and without hesitation goes to help him but stops after seeing her attack. Ingvild Leviathan raises his hand as he increases his aura and the water under the bridge begins to go crazy and rises like 4 tornadoes. Inside the water tornado the 4 dragons come out, lowers his hand putting it in front giving the signal to the dragons. Those dragons began to eat the creatures that were created causing everyone to be surprised by the attack as well as the enemies. Tsubasa. I think we should not underestimate Ingvild-san, he said without believing it due to the attack he made. Rhea. I think the same, she said with her mouth open. Everyone was going to return but a golem and a magic circle appear in the sky and a magician appears sitting on a broom. Take away the bird of Azazel. Azazel, that Gogmagog, he said without words, is supposed to be wandering in a dimensional gap, he said seriously. Hello everyone, she said calmly while looking at the school members. Let me introduce myself. My name is Leify Pendragon, she said with a smile. Issei Pendragon. Even in that world there are Pendragons TKS, he said in his mind with an angry face. Lefei. She goes straight to the heroes. I bring you some news from Valisama, she said calmly. Jum coughs. I told you not to get involved in that matter. I will be the one to defeat Kurigane Issei, a worthy rival. She tried to be serious but couldn't. That would be it. Cao Cao, you deserve a punishment, she said calmly. Next to the bridge, the golem did not take long and raised its arm to strike the hero factions and the demon, angel and fallen members moved away while dodging the attack hard. A second later the spear appears and pierces the golem's shoulder. Lefei's surprised face. No Migog-kun, she said worriedly and goes straight to the golem. Cao Cao, I think that was a surprise attack. We will leave, he said seriously. Kanu. Wait, you are the ones responsible for my mother's disappearance, she said it would be. Cao Cao, of course, if we kidnap him, if he wants to go see her, we'll wait for him tonight, we'll do a routine, he said calmly. Azazel. A ritual, what do you mean by that? Said Seo. Cao Cao, she has enough power to bring about a more powerful identity, he said calmly. Issei. An identity, he said seriously. Cao Cao. That's right, that will be the big red, he said calmly. Azazel. You're crazy. Tio. Bring a creature that did nothing, angry shout. Cao Cao. Well, that would be all, he said calmly. He looks back at where the demon members are. Everyone was confused and looked back where a person appeared. Rosweiss. Matakun Monilea Lanibana, she said all drunk while walking like a jelly. Author's note, I translated it, and it comes out like this. Damn, they don't let me sleep at all. Rosweissi, Aowa, gets angry and stretches her arms while many magic circles appear behind her. Issei. Everyone retreat, he said seriously while creating his dark wings. Everyone did the same thing. They jumped while Rosweissi attacks the hero factions. Roswide Flag tries not to vomit but can't hold it in and vomits and falls unconscious. Everyone goes down again while looking at the place where the enemies were but one person notices. Azazel. Everyone save the things. That dimension will disappear immediately, he said seriously. They all did it. They put away their swords. Ingvild uses magic and changes his uniform from wet to dry because it got wet after making the attack, and Issei's mark disappears and the dimension disappears. Kates. What's up, you guys? He said confused as his companions appeared in the middle of the street out of nowhere. Issei and his supernatural companion were in a complicated situation, while his human companion was confused and behind many people were gathered after seeing a platinum plate lying on the ground already drunk. Chapter 41. The situation gets worse. Everyone was confused as they did not know what happened, but Azazel told them that nothing happened, and so they continued on their journey. Ingvild, what do you think? Issei-san said calmly. Issei. Azazel will bother me by wanting me to go, he said calmly. Ingvild, by the way, Issei-san, I forgot my wallet. Now that we're near the hotel, I'll go get it, so wait for me, she said, a little embarrassed, as she headed to the hotel. Issei. Humans who found the portal TKS, damn you, the problem increases more than I thought. First the Chaos Bridge, then the Commandments, then the Archangels, and finally the humans, he said in his mind, annoyed. He stares at some men who were guarding the door. How suspicious, he said seriously as he approached those men. Man, Chula, if you want to keep your own life, don't go near that door, he said seriously. Issei. He ignores him and kicks the two men who were there entering the room. Issei walks inside but sees something that bothers him. Kurigane, he said with fear while being grabbed by two men. Issei, I see you're in trouble, he said seriously while looking at the girls. Ignore the brand on the front and the uniform. Be careful behind you, he said with fear while being grabbed. Issei looks back and sees a man with a stick, making Issei receive, but the stick breaks, making the men surprised. Man, don't think it was luck, damn it, he said angrily as he threw away the stick and took out his 5-inch knife. Issei, dodge the attack? Man, damn, he said angrily and lunges but is stopped. Flag. He spits blood and looks down and sees a buried arm. Everyone in the room was speechless as they had doubts about how they could get through out of nowhere. Some men began to fear them and tried to flee to the door, but Issei did not allow it and took out his sword and gave them a horizontal cut, causing all the men to fall in half, although there was one man left holding the girl. Man, damn you, you'll pay for this, he said seriously while putting his knife to the girl's neck. Kurigane, don't walk anymore. I don't want you to hurt yourself for trying to save me from those rapists, she said while crying. Issei, I can't since you are special friends for Ingvild. You are also my friends, although I understand if I was very serious with you, Murayama Kates, he said seriously while the aforementioned cried. Ignore the forehead mark. Man, I'm already sick, he said seriously while he moves her a little bit, making the brunette's neck bleed, but he couldn't complete his cut because he received an attack of darkness, making the remaining 4 remain nailed to the wall. Who the hell are you? He said, cock-scared. Issei, you said it yourself, demon. I am a demon, now I will eat their souls, he said seriously while doing the ritual, and the 4 souls come out and then he devours it while the girls looked on in fear. After devouring the souls, Issei releases his purple fire, causing the men's bodies to be burned without a trace. Murayama, Kurigane, he said with fear. Issei, don't be afraid, I won't do anything to her. It's like I told her before, you are Ingvild's special friend and you are also my friends. Although I know that before I was very rude to you. In fact, let's go. You can't stay here anymore. I will accompany you to the hotel, he said calmly, making the girls calm down. Issei was accompanying him out of the room. When he left, Issei met Ingvild. Ingvild, Issei-san, or here are also Murayama-san, Kate-san, said happily while hugging the girls. Any, since we are here, don't you want to take a walk with us? She said happily, which both agreed to. The 4 of them were having fun until it was time for everyone to separate. Murayama and Kate went to their room. Kate, hey, what did Kurigane do? She said with a little fear, remembering what happened. Murayama. He looked very calm and he killed those men as if it were a role for him. He said he was a little afraid. Kate. Well, it seems that there are things that he is hiding. Perhaps Ingvild-san too, he said in doubt. Murayama. Oh, don't bring Ingvild-san into that. She's a good girl, she said, a little upset. Kate. Analyze what she is doing with Kurigane all the time. That means she knows what we don't know, she said not seriously. Murayama, you're right, ha ha ha, I don't know what to do, she said seriously. With Issei. Issei was sitting and next to her was Ingvild H. In front of her were Azazel along with members of the Citri and Gremory clans. Azazel, well, we have to start how to go stop Chow Chow and rescue Yasaka, said Seo. Issei, hey wait, I have things to do, while he gets up and goes straight to the entrance. Azazel, what are you going to do, Issei? He said curiously. Issei, it's something that has to be seen first before knowing about the attack, he said seriously. Everyone was confused and did not know what he meant while Issei walked towards the girls' room, heading to their room. Issei knocks on the door. I opened the door and she was surprised but at the same time a little scared. What do you want, Kurigane-san? She said nervously. Issei, Murayama is also Kate's, he said not seriously. Muriana, if Kate speak to you, she said confused. Kate's. Who's talking to me? She said calmly but then got nervous when she saw Issei. Issei, there's something I have to talk about, it's about the situation that happened, so follow me, he said not seriously. Both girls were nervous and scared and followed Issei when they reached the room. Issei let things happen to them that surprised both girls. Azazel, hey Issei, what does that mean? He said surprised. Issei, that should be said to you, useless crow. You let 2 students be threatened with being raped and I had to help him. I also killed him with my purgatory flames, he said seriously. Azazel, what idiotic things you have done, he said seriously. I'm sorry about that, Murayama Kates, for that idiot, he said nervously while pointing at Issei. Minutes later. The 2 girls were surprised and nervous while the others covered their faces with their hands. Issei was standing annoyed while Azazel was lying down with his face all swollen and bruised. Issei Argento, please heal him, he said seriously while sitting down. Asia, yes Kurigane-san, she said calmly while healing Azazel. Azazel, well, you helped me a lot with that, he said with a smile. That's good, let's get to the point, he said seriously. You see, everyone here is not human, there are angels, fallen angels, demons, valkyries, he said seriously. Kates, well, if there are angels and demons here, they are not supposed to be enemies, she said nervously. Irena, it's because angels and demons together with the fallen made a peace pact, she said happily. Murayama, what are the fallen ones? He said doubtfully. Irena, fallen angels are those who have had impure thoughts, for example doing perverted things, that can cause an angel to fall, she said calmly. Azazel, well now we will introduce ourselves, he said seriously. As you can see, I am Azazel, a leader of the fallen, he said seriously. Kates, then I imagine that was that perverted thought about you sensei, she said neutrally with her partner supporting her. Azazel, hey, he said a little annoyed after Kate's comment. Issei, he is not a leader, he is just a useless man who likes to let his soldiers do whatever they want. He also neglected you since it is the responsibility of a teacher to take care of you, he said calmly while pointing at Azazel. Azazel, he sits in the corner while a purple aura appears in his head. Nobody respects me anymore, he said sadly. Ross, well, as we started, you already know that I'm Ross YC and I'm a Valkyrie, she said happily although she showed little signs of being drunk. Besides, everyone here except Irena and Kurigane Issei are demons, she said calmly. Murayama, it seems that everyone except those 2, he said in doubt. Wait, don't tell me that Ingvild Leviathan is a demon, screamed in shock. No, that can't be happening, screamed while hugging Ingvild. Ingvild, well, I should introduce myself better, she said nervously. My name is Ingvild Leviathan. I am a descendant of Maus Leviathan, she said nervously. Kates, as I understand it, Leviathan is one who commands the demons, that is, a king, she said in doubt. Wait, don't tell me that she will be the queen of those demons, she screamed in shock. Ingvild, I'm not interested in that position, I just want to be with the person I love, she said happily while hugging Issei. Murayama, without a doubt, you 2 look like a couple with an inseparable love, he said happily, making Ingvild blush. Azazel, by the way, Issei, what are you going to do with them? He said seriously. Issei, right, I forgot, he said seriously while a box comes out of his hand. 10 Ingvild, he said calmly while handing him the box. Ingvild, those are the pieces that the demons use, he said surprised. Azazel, hey, how did you get the pieces? He said surprised. Issei, no one reveals their tricks, he said with a smile. Issei, well that's what I was going to ask Murayama Kates. Does he want to be part of Ingvild's team, that is, become demons or erase the memory that he has seen everything from today and that day? But if he becomes a demon, let me tell you that there will be a part where they will fight to the death, he said seriously. Both girls remained in doubt, while the others were just listening to their answer. Kates and Murayama look at each other, and nod already knowing what their answer would be. Kate/Murayama. They look at each other and nod. Chapter 42. Let's rescue the Yukai leader. After the girls decided Ingvild was thinking about how to do it, she didn't know which pieces would fit them. Issei, try it with a knight and a queen, Ingvild, he said not seriously. Ingvild, do you think it fits? He said in doubt. Well, I'll try, but how do I do it? He said in doubt. Issei, he left me that paper for when I have to convert it as his pieces, he said not seriously. Ingvild, see, she said calmly while opening the envelope, says first introduce me the king piece, she said calmly while grabbing the king piece and putting it on her chest. The piece begins to glow and enters her body. Ready now, the other one, that is to say the quantum. And what is your full name? She said with a forced smile while putting her hand behind her head. Murayama, I am Kaori Murayama, she said seriously. Kates, I am Yui Kates, she said seriously. Ingvild, well, let's start. I, Ingvild Leviathan, she said calmly as a large magic circle appears covering the three girls. I name you Kaori Murayama and be my queen. Together we will walk to the future, and I name you Yui Kates and be my knight. Together we will walk to the future, she said calmly as the pieces enter, making her come out with her demonic wings. Issei, well, with that, they are already your companions, Ingvild, he said seriously. After doing the quantum to the girls to be their new companion of Ingvild, while Azazel calls her attention. Azazel, well, since they enter the supernatural, they still have many things to learn, so you two stay with the members of the Citri clan, he said seriously. Kaori, Clan Citri said in doubt. Momo, if our mistress is an heiress of the Citri clan, she said calmly. Azazel, well, get ready because today at 11 we are going to the territory, he said seriously. After Azazel said it was time to gather, only two people were nervous, but Ingvild calmed them down. They walked a while to get to the temple. At the entrance of the temple the two were waiting for her. Kono, they came earlier than I thought, she said calmly. Seraphal, tell me Azazel, who is going to go? She said calmly. Azazel, Rias and Issei will go along with Ingvild and Sona along with the two of them, he said calmly while pointing at the two girls. They will stay on guard, he said calmly. And don't worry about Rias's entourage since they don't have their queen and their king. Issei will take command. Do you understand, guys? He said seriously while he saw the Gremry nodding. Kono, you weren't human, she said in doubt. Ingvild, well, to be honest, they are part of my entourage. She is Kaori Murayama, she is my queen, she said calmly while pointing at the brunette. She is Yui Kates, my knight, she said calmly. Kono, I hope you take good care of my daughter if, she said happily. Murayama/Kates, of course, don't worry, she said calmly while trying to calm her nerves since they were both beginners. She could feel the chill when she feels the presence of Ingvild's mother. Seraphal, how did you get the pieces? Besides, those old men would never let a demon like you have pieces, she said surprised. Issei, don't even think I'll tell him, he said seriously. Underworld. A green-haired man was seen sitting while on his face he had a cold meat, putting it on his swollen eye. Wow Ajuka, what happened to you? Said surprised. Ajuka, hello Surzex, I'm like this because of that young Kurigane since a few days ago after the attack on the beach. That day he came directly to ask me to make some pieces for the young Leviathan. At first I refused and that's why I ended up that way, he said a little calmly. Surzex, he made you do that to make you do it, he said surprised while pointing at his black eye. Why don't you use Phoenix Tears? He said calmly. Ajuka, I used it up, I don't have it anymore, he said calmly. Surzex, well, here I have one, so take it, he said calmly while taking out a tear and giving it to him. Better, he said calmly while seeing his partner recovering. Ajuka, better, he said calmly while giving the meat to a maid so she can sew it up and eat it. Kyoto. The young people were seen gathering to go straight to the battlefield, but before that something happened. Issei, and that Valkyrie that she has, he said seriously. Kiba, I say that he can't control the amount of alcohol he drinks, he said calmly. Roswisi, I'm fine, she said tired. Pung, I was trying not to vomit, Foag, I can't hold it anymore. Mina, feels something climbing up her back. I want to go too, she said seriously. Zenovia for the little Kyubi, she said surprised. Kiba, he can't because it would be dangerous, he said seriously. Kunu, it doesn't matter, I want to go too, she said seriously. Irena, well, if you want to come, let's go behind without Issei seeing you, she said in a low voice. Kunu, yes, she said determinedly. After that little talk, the young people walked to a place where the battle was going to take place while Issei endured the Valkyrie's vomit. Kiba, it seems that this is Kurigane's-san, he said calmly. Issei, yes, it seems that it is here, although I do not know why the hell he lets that girl come, he said seriously while pointing at Kunu. Asia, she also wants to rescue her mother, she said nervously while trying to calm her partner. Ingvild, Issei-san, the door opens, she said calmly. Issei, okay, let's go inside, he said seriously. The young people had entered, and as they walked further inside there was a temple, but on the roof were the heroes. Issei, hey idiot face, where's the leader of the yokai, he said seriously. Chow chow, well, do you remember that I told you that I was going to use it for an experiment? He said calmly. George, he said calmly. George, yes, walking forward while pulling the leader in front. Kunu, mother, she said worried. Damn, what are you doing to my mother, she said annoyed. Chow chow, George starts the quantum, he said calmly. George, yes, he said seriously as a different magic circle appears while the Yukai Queen begins to grab his head. Raswisiai, that's several magic circles, it's magic of light, darkness, angel, fallen angel, Valkyrie and Yukai, they're all these circles that he's using, he said seriously. Everyone was amazed as the Yukai Queen transformed into a giant fox. Issei, he listened to what the Valkyrie said. Well, he couldn't finish because one of them stood in front of him and took out their power to attack. Zenovia, well, I'll start first, she said seriously while raising her sword and expelling her power to be able to attack him. Everyone was surprised due to the sudden attack made by their fellow knight, while the heroes stood watching but received the attack. Zenovia, haha. Issei, he hits the knight, and you who told you to attack like that now made me change the plans I had, he said seriously while looking at Zenovia, who is grabbing her stomach where she received the blow from Issei. Chow chow, Siegfried who chooses, he said calmly. Siegfried, I choose the two Gremry knights, he said calmly to the first one, pointing at Kiba and Zenovia. Chow chow, Jean said calmly. Jean, I choose the angel and that girl, she said calmly while pointing at Irena and Ingvild. Chow chow, Heracles, he said calmly. Heracle, I choose the Valkyrie, he said with a smile. Issei, well, Haidu Genshuro, you guys take care of the Kubi, he said seriously. Minako, and what will your brother do? She said, a little worried. Issei, I'll take care of the spear boy, he said seriously. Everyone was preparing for the duel without knowing the consequences that would come. Chapter 43, The Battle Against the Heroes. After Issei gave the order to the members, they were all his targets. Heracles versus Raswisi. Heracles, you better give me a fight, Valkyrie, he said seriously while pointing at his opponent, and missiles come out. Raswisi, TKS will be a tough opponent, she said seriously while. Siegfried versus Kiba and Zenovia. Both knights battled with their opponent. Kiba, ha, he was breathing hard. Zenovia, it's very fast, she said tiredly. Siegfried, don't tell me that's all, he said with a smile. Kyubi versus Minako and Saji. The three of them fought. Saji had become a dragon with the help of his friend Dragon Vitra. Saji tried to catch Kyubi with his tentacles to paralyze him, but since she is powerful she easily frees herself, while Minako with her balance breaker launched Dragon Shot to reduce his resistance. Minako, damn, I don't have enough power to stop her, she said seriously. Drag some option, she said seriously. Drag, it is impossible with its current state, it will be impossible to stop it. Besides, up until now you would have had more power if you could eliminate the hatred of my former carriers, he said seriously. Mina, TKS curse, she said annoyed, but then she realizes that the Kyubi's hand was trying to catch her, but Mina jumps to avoid being caught. Saji, damn, if I keep going like this I'll be left without power, he said seriously. Vitra, Calm down, puppy, you still have a long way to go, that is if you make it out alive, he said calmly. Saji, wait, does he want me to die? He screamed in horror after hearing what his companion said. Vitra, that depends on you, since I'm locked up here. I only give you power and support you in something, he said as if nothing happened in a neutral way. Saji, damn mine, we have to gather power to be able to defeat her, he said seriously. Minako, idiot, don't look away, she said seriously while launching an attack to deflect the fire attack that was directed at Saji. Saji, damn, it will be difficult, he said seriously. Jean versus Irena and Ingvild. Jean easily dodged Irena's attack but made it difficult for her to attack Ingvild since she was only fighting with her sword that she created. Jean, hey little angel, you are weak. Only one of you will fight me. Besides, who are you? She said seriously while looking at her opponent. Ingvild, I only fight for the request that Issei-san made me, she said calmly. Irena, how can you say that as if it were nothing? She said surprised. Jean, I hope they give me more of a fight, she said happily as she lunges towards them. Cao Cao versus Issei. The field was seen destroyed by the battle. Two people were seen, Cao Cao, who was trying to stick his spear into his opponent's chest, while Issei put his sword in front of him to stop him from attacking. Issei, he watched as his sword sparked from Cao Cao's attack and then used more force to push him back. Cao Cao, he was trying not to fall but he jumps because he saw that Issei gave him a horizontal attack with the intention of splitting him in half and falls behind Issei and decides to see his face. Issei, he just kept looking back while having the weak mark activated. Cao Cao, you are very strong, Kurigane. Issei, tell me, don't you care about your friends, he said with a smile. Issei, they are not my friends, they are just battle partners, and you are the one who should be worried about their partner, he said seriously while looking at each other. Cao Cao, what do you mean, he said seriously. Issei, the girl who chose Ingvild will have a difficult battle to win, he said seriously. Cao Cao, what does that have to do with it, he said seriously. Issei, do you really think she's a middle or low-class devil? He said seriously. Jujujuju starts to laugh. She's not weak, rather she's a descendant of a mouse and her full name is, he said seriously with a smile, while he was teasing his opponent. Jean versus Irena and Ingvild. The chestnut Irena remained in shock while holding her arm where she received a deep cut watching the battle that was going on between Jean and Ingvild. Jean, hiya. She was breathing hard. Really, who are you? She said annoyed. Ingvild Leviathan, said serious. Jean, what? She said surprised. But I still feel demonic and human. Perhaps you, she said surprised. Ingvild, yes, I'm half human and half demon, she said seriously. Jean, even though you are a hybrid, you won't be able to beat me, she said seriously as she lunges towards Ingvild while aiming with her sword to stab him but misses. Ingvild dodges the attack and decides to slash his neck. Jean notices his attack and dodges it hard as the attack passes over her head until a few hairs are cut. Ingvild, she said surprised. Heracles versus Rosweisi. The Platinum was having a hard time since he had to attack and defend his friend Asia and the little canoe. Rosweisi, damn, she said seriously. Heracles, come on, are you just going to defend yourself? He said seriously while attacking. Rosweis takes advantage and launches a lightning element magic attack. Heracles dodges the attack but doesn't realize that there was another attack above and dodges it hard. That was a good attack but it won't be enough to defeat me now. I'll fight seriously. Balance breaker, he said seriously while taking out more power and then decides to attack. Rosweisi, he is surprised but could no longer defend since that attack was stronger than before. Siegfried versus Kiba and Zenovia. The knights grew tired of battling their opponents. Siegfried, okay, let's finish with that balance breaker, he said seriously. Kiba, it had to be that, he said annoyed. The knights had no choice but to fight. Jean versus Ingvild. The hero girl was tired while she had several wounds since she saw that her opponent no longer attacked with a sword but now with magic. Jean, damn, I'm losing against her, he said annoyed. She is surprised and jumps as several ice spikes appear on the ground where she was standing, but unfortunately she receives a cut on her leg. Ugh, she moaned in pain. Damn, I have no other option. Balance breaker, she said with a smile as a dragon made of a sword appears behind her. Ingvild, I just kept looking, and raises my hand and squeezes my fingers into a fist and gives me a water dragon. Jean is surprised and gives him an order to attack him. Ingvild, he just puts his hand in front of him, giving the signal to the dragon to attack, and takes out his wings. Jean realizes she lost sight of her opponent. Ingvild, here I am, she said calmly. Jean, she is surprised since her opponent was prepared to attack her, and decides to counterattack, but nothing was easy until she received an attack under her ribs. Ingvild just kept flying while attacking. Cao Cao versus Issei. Both continued fighting, no one was lost and no one was hurt. Cao Xiaoyi, you are the first demon who has given me the most struggle, he said seriously. Issei looks back, and Razwesi Kiba and Zenovia arrive with large wounds, and Irena also arrives, but she only had a wound on her arm and was full of scratches, and lastly Ingvild arrives, but her clothes are red and she is slightly injured. Cao Cao goes back, and his friend Hercules and Siegfried arrive. Last of all Jean arrives, and to his surprise he sees that she was badly wounded and with a big wound. Jean, what happened? Confused cry. Heracles, don't tell me you were defeated by that angel and demon, he said surprised. Jean, you're wrong, that was because of one of my opponents, she said seriously. Siegfried, who was that angel or that demon? He said annoyed. Jean, that demon, and the worst thing was not weak, she is very strong, and the worst thing is that she is descended from the Leviathan mouse, she said annoyed, while the others are surprised except Cao Cao since said by Issei. Cao Cao, well, our objective was met, he said happily. Wait for it, he said in shock as it came down, it was another dragon and not his objective. Well, it seems that those young demons and young people who play at being heroes rolled around in the dirt. Hey Yulong, go help Vitra and secure Yuri, he said calmly while smoking. Yulong, you know old man, you give me that food that I like so much, he said seriously while walking towards those mentioned. Issei, who is he? He said seriously. Razwisi, well, he is Sun Wukong Dano, she said calmly. Sun Wukong, well, let's finish that battle, he said calmly while smoking. Chapter 44, The Attack of a Commandment. After Sun Wukong appeared, the heroes' plan failed. The dragon Yulong helped Vitra and Minako stop the Kyubi. Things went well, while some of the members were being healed by Asia, and the heroes were upset to learn that one of their friends was injured. Jean, whatever the cost, don't trust Leviathan, she said annoyed. Cao Cao, I see, so our plan failed, he said seriously. Kurigane Issei, this time you won, but next time I will defeat you. See you later Kurigane Issei, he said seriously as he turns around and Hercules helps his friend Jean to get up. Issei, TKS coward will not come out of here unharmed, he said seriously while throwing purgatory fire towards the heroes. The heroes feel a chill and see that a fire was going straight towards them. They thought to dodge it, but the attack passed by the members targeting a single person. Cao Cao, he sees the attack that was going straight, but he dodges it hard, but he received a price. His eye was cut. TKS gets upset. Damn Kurigane Issei, annoyed scream while he starts to make a fool of himself. Siegfried covers his friend's mouth. It's not time to do quantum stuff, we better go, he said seriously. Cao Cao, with annoyance he forcefully removes his arm from his friend. I will never forget that Kurigane Issei, he said annoyed. The heroes left with a shameful humiliation. Elsewhere, you could see 10 creatures looking at one place. That power is undoubtedly Issei's curse, he said seriously. Ha 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 ha, I'll go, he said with a smile as he walked. Wait, don't think about doing anything stupid, he said. Jajajajajaja, don't worry, I'll go alone to finish that damn thing, he said with a smile while walking to that place. In Kyoto. Sun Wukong, boy, your presence is very dangerous, huh? He said seriously in his mind while looking at Issei. Kunu, Okasan, listen to me, Okasan said sad. Issei, how long are you going to be hiding? he said seriously, causing everyone to enter confused. Hi, I didn't know you'd be here too, he said calmly. Issei, I thought you were with them, he said seriously. No, I left before she was sealed, Tequila said. Issei, tell me who takes your place, he said seriously. It is occupied by a demon called Freuden, he said calmly. Issei, that demon is nothing but a weakling, he said seriously. Now that I remember, you who know how to alter memories can make that girl, he said seriously while pointing at the girl, be able to connect to her mother's mind, he said seriously while pointing at the QB. Sure, he said calmly while a purple bow came out of his hand and a purple arrow comes out and he shoots at the QB and the girl. Azazel, well, it's obvious that they're done, he said calmly. And who is he? He said seriously while looking at the unknown subject. Issei, he is Gwauder, one of the 10 Commandments, he said seriously, making everyone get into battle position. Do not attack, he is not with them, you could say he is an ex-Commandments, he said seriously. Gwauder, hello, he said as if nothing had happened. Kunu, Okasan, come back with me please, she said while crying. Kyubi wakes up and begins to transform into human form. Kunu, mother, screams while crying and runs to hug her. Azazel, it's good to see you again, Yasaka Dano, he said calmly. Ah, nice to see you, Azazel Dano and his guests. My name is Yasaka and I thank you for rescuing me, he said calmly while leaning forward. Azazel, it's nothing, please lift your face, he said with a smile. Yasaka, sure, she said happily while looking at everyone who was there and noticed too, their presence. Those two are very evil. I have felt that presence several times, she said seriously in her mind. Kunu, Okasan, we have to go back home so I can treat those who helped me to something to eat, she said happily while hugging me. Yasaka, sure, let's go please, guests, come to my temple so I can offer you something to eat, she said happily. Azazel along with the others who were there accepted, and Azazel even called the Citri clan, the new members of Ingvild, and even Ingvild's mother so they could enter Yasaka's temple, while elsewhere Yasaka asks him something very serious. Yasaka, young man there, what is your name? She said calmly. Issei, my name is Issei Kurigane, he said calmly. Yasaka, young Issei, I don't want to misunderstand, but your presence bothers me, and not only that, I have felt it more than 3 times, he said seriously. Issei, he doesn't answer Yasaka, otherwise he looks back at the sky. Ingvild, what's happening, Issei-san, she said calmly. Issei, he didn't answer, he just kept looking at the sky. It's nothing, let's go, he said seriously. Everyone thought it was strange because of the way he spoke, but they didn't give it any importance and continued walking. But out of nowhere they heard a noise in the sky as if something was falling from the sky. Everyone looked at the sky and something fell in front of them. Saji, what is that power? He said with a shiver. Wow, I thought it would be less of a step to come here. But oh well, what do we have here? He said calmly. Azazel, who are you? He said seriously. Issei, Azazel is one of the 10 Commandments. It is the truth, serious shout, and you group of idiots do not even think of talking in front of him, or you will die, shout to the members who were there. That place has more people than I thought, it's worth trying to attack it, he said seriously while moving his spear from one side to the other, but at the moment of doing so the civilians who were nearby received the attack, and it sent flying not only the civilians, but also the building, causing the terrain to expand. Everyone was speechless as he eliminated more than 100 civilians in one attack. Asia, how horrible, she said without words. Guardians, damn you, how dare you attack our people, they said seriously as they launched themselves to attack. Issei, Yasaka, tell him not to attack or they will die, he shouted seriously while holding Ingvild in his arms. Yasaka hadn't heard Issei since she was in shock due to the attack he made. Inferior beings, he said seriously while attacking. Azazel, listen, Yasaka Issei said that they could withdraw their army, he said seriously while grabbing Yasaka's shoulders so that she looks at him. Yasaka finally reacts, retirance is in order, she screams desperately seeing that almost 100 soldiers died. Azazel, Issei, who is he? Serious cry. Issei, so you're here, damn it, PEGH, He didn't finish speaking as he was sent to the ground due to the kick that Issei gave him. Issei hits him in the stomach with his feet. Hits him with his spear, causing him to fall to the ground far from the group. Looks at the group. Ha 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 ha. Starts to laugh madly. Tell me, are you afraid of me? He said with a smile. Momo, of course not, she said while trying to stay calm, but out of nowhere she felt something. But what is that? She said and was shocked to see her body transforming. Ha 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 ha, I am Galand of the truth, he who lies will turn into stone, ha 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 ha, he said with a smile. Everyone was speechless and paralyzed, even Yasaka's daughter, who could not bear the presence and brutally fainted in her mother's arm, and the two members of Ingvild also remained paralyzed with fear. Galand, okay, now die, he said calmly, but then he feels an increase in power and looks back and sees Issei with his mark activated. Issei, Galand, that's what decides, you leave or you die, he said seriously. Galand jumps, Tritic blows, said calmly. Issei, everyone runs away, he said seriously. Galand had launched that attack, but when he finished he sees a lot of dust and waits for the dust to settle, and sees everyone with injuries. Galand, ha 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 ha, that was easy, I swept it like some trash, ha 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 ha, he shouted with joy as he left. With Issei. Issei was hiding with the others and even hugging the Momo stone. Azazel, what's happening? Why does he attack like that? He said in shock. Fwog, he receives a kick from Issei in the face. Issei, shut up you idiot, who will hear us, he said seriously. Ingvild, look, Issei-san is retreating, he said in a low voice. Issei gets up and carefully leaves Momo. Tsubasa, Momo, Kurigane, can't you do something for her? She said worriedly. Issei, he just stayed inside. This time I will help him, but next time don't do stupid things, he said seriously. Azazel, Issei, what just happened? He said seriously. Issei, we'll talk about that at the Yasaka temple, he said seriously. They all accepted the ideas and had to go to the temple to be able to talk about that topic. Chapter 45, Returning Home and a Declaration of Friendly Battle. Everyone was surprised due to the destruction that happened in the city. Azazel along with Yasaka had to return to the temple, including the members of Sona and Rias, and Issei and Ingvild were also present. Kono, I see, so that presents belonged to that guy, she said seriously. Serafal, for them to attack like that, that is very cruel, she said annoyed. Issei, don't start with your nonsense, that's how they are, they like to plant destruction, he said seriously. Serafal, hey. Gwauder, he is telling the truth, let me tell you that he is among the 5 of the 10 strongest, he said calmly. Azazel, hey Issei, how do you see from weakest to strongest? He said seriously and curiously while the whole room was listening to him, and even Surzex and Michael were in a hologram. Issei, I don't know, you guys find out, he said seriously, making the leaders curse. Serafal, and that's not even counting that it's their first attack, she said seriously. Issei, you're wrong, it's already the second one, he said seriously. Yasaka, second attack, perhaps you already went, she said curiously. Issei, yes, it was that day that they revived Kono, he said seriously. Yasaka, revive Kanner, she said confused. Wait, don't tell me that Kaneo was there, she said surprised. Kono, yes, I was dead, I'm sorry Yasaka, in case I made you worry, she said sadly. Yasaka, since when? She said with her eyes half closed and serious. Kono, well, she said nervously while her cheek was pulled by Yasaka. Azazel, well, it's better to go back to the hotel since tomorrow we're going to return to Ko, he said seriously. So everyone returned to the hotel for another day. The next day, everyone was in the train parking lot while the students got on and sat in their places where they had been before starting the trip, while Azazel along with Issei and Ingvild was talking to Yasaka, who next to her were Seraph, Kono, and Kanu. Yasaka, thank you very much for taking care of the problem of me being kidnapped. I am truly grateful, she said while leaning forward. Kanu, I hope you come back soon, she said happily as she received a yes. Azazel, come on, don't lean, besides that matter is also related to us, more than Issei, he said nervously. Kono, Ingvild Issei, have a good trip. I will stay a few more days with Yasaka, she said happily. Ingvild, yes, it's okay, Okasan, he said happily. Issei, if there is a problem that is related to the commandments or something that you cannot do not hesitate to let us know, he said calmly while Kono tells him yes. After a few minutes everyone gets on the train and it leaves Kyoto while two boys were crying at the entrance of the train saying that they couldn't see the blonde's breasts, aka Yasaka. Yasaka, era, it seems that you have a good son-in-law Ano, she said happily. Kono, yes, the truth is I'm relieved that Ingvild found someone who also loves Ingvild. It seems like it's a love that's impossible to separate, she said happily as she watched the train leaving its station. It took a few hours for them to arrive at while some members of Rias and Sona explained the details of what happened in Kyoto, making her get serious about a high-level attack from a commandment, while they were also surprised that Murayama and Kates are members of Ingvild. Azazel, well, since you are all gathered here, I came to tell you some things. Some members of Rias were named as a middle-class demon, so here are the letters. One is for you, Akeno. I told him your father and he accepted it, he said calmly. Akeno, TKS, gets upset. Azazel, the other one is for you, Kiba, he said calmly. Kiba, thank you very much, Sensei, he said happily while receiving it. Azazel, that's for you, Minako, he said calmly. Minako, thank you very much, she said calmly as she takes it and looks at her brother and sees that he didn't say a word. That made her sadder. Azazel, with that paper you can enter the room where they are receiving the middle classes. Congratulations to you, he said calmly, and I also hope that you are already prepared for battle, he said seriously. The next day, Rias and her entourage entered the lounge while waiting for their battle. On the other hand, Issei along with Ingvild, Murayama, Kates and Azazel walked for a while in the hallway. Ha 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 ha, look who I ran into, you fallen brat, he said with a smile. Azazel, oh look who's here, god of the underworld Hades, he said seriously. Hades, wow, so you are the rumor according to the commandments attack, brat, you better get ready because one day you will receive your soul, he said with a smile. Issei, they stared seriously. Hades, ha 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 ha, I was just joking today, I didn't come for souls, I just wanted to take a little walk, see you brats, he said with a smile as he walks away. Azazel, TKS, that old man is annoying, he said seriously. Issei and his company went to the far place of the people, enter a room where you could see the other leaders, angels, demons, the old Odin, Yaska and his daughter along with Kono all settled to watch the battle. 2 hours later. The entire audience was seen screaming with emotion as they announced that Rias lost to his cousin Sorg Bale, and all the members of Rias lamented their defeat, while being treated by the doctors, while Bale cried with joy knowing that their efforts were in vain since their leader won, Sorg, before they withdrew the speech in front of the public. Sorg, I know you're here, Kurigane Issei. I've heard that you're a strong demon. I'd like to have a friendly battle with you. What are you saying? The strongest young demon against the demon who's on par with Amao, he said seriously. Issei, wow, so you're very smart. Well, Lucifer, tell him I accept. I'll be there in 3 weeks, he said seriously and with a smile as he gets up. Surzex had made the announcement in front of his audience that Issei accepted his challenge and that he would wait in 3 weeks. Meanwhile, Sorg without hesitation decides to train more with his entourage while Issei goes shopping with Ingvild for clothes or playing in an amusement park and even playing kissing in his room at night. While Rias lamented angrily that she had lost easily since she knew that they had trained well, and Sona along with Irena only limited herself to watching Rias throwing her tantrum and Issei playing with Ingvild to kiss. 3 weeks later. The audience is screaming with excitement like crazy while waiting for the battle. Attention ladies and gentlemen, today we come to present the battle of Issei Kurigane against the young Sorg Bale, he said calmly while receiving more emotions from the public. On the left side is the young Sorg Bale, he said calmly while pointing to the entrance on the left, and on the right side Issei Kurigane, he said calmly. Issei stares at his opponents. Sorg. He is smiling knowing that he would finally face a very powerful being, things that the public does not know who Issei really is. The audience was excited for that battle, even the leaders. There are also Ingvild and Kono watching the battle that is about to begin. Chapter 46. The Battle of Issei and Sorg. The entire audience was seen shouting because a battle would soon begin after the referee announced to the audience that Issei and his opponent were transported to a place that was a field where tall trees were seen. Issei, I see, but those trees were in the way of our battle. I'd better go find a clear place, he said seriously as he starts to run. Elsewhere, Sorg was seen along with his entourage planning how to defeat him. Well, we have to wait here while we set a trap, and I'm sure he'll come here, he said seriously. Sorg, I refuse. I completely agree that he will go somewhere else. From what I see, those trees were in the way of our fight. I'm sure he went to a clear place, so let's go look for him, he said seriously. All the entourages agreed and followed their king running towards that place. It took them almost 15 minutes to reach a flat and clear place. While they walked, they saw a blonde sitting on a stone under the shade of a tree. Issei, I was already bored, he said seriously. In the VIP room, everyone looked calm while watching the matches. Kono, it's going to start, although I wonder who would win, she said in doubt. Ingvild, I don't know Okasan, she said calmly. Kaori, it's the first time we see that, she said a little nervously. Yui, let's see, this kind of thing makes me nervous, she said nervously. With Issei, the blonde was seen watching the members until one of them stood in front of him. I am Keisha Abaddon, the Queen of Sorg, she said with a smile. I am Mistina Sabnak, I am Sorg's bishop, she said calmly. I am Korean Andrielfus, another bishop of Sorg Sama, she said calmly. I am Baruka Furkas, I am a knight of Sorg, he said seriously. I am Liban Krazel, another of the two gentlemen, he said seriously. I am Gandoma Balan, one of the two towers, he said calmly. I am a good Ledora, a tower, he said seriously. Issei, and what do you want me to do, that you applaud, he said seriously. Gandoma, Sorg Sama give me permission to attack, he said annoyed. Sorg, just stay silent. Gandoma, okay, here I go, he said seriously while trying to hit him in the head with his fist but was stopped by Issei's hand. Issei kicks him, causing him to fall brutally. Baruka, damn, he said annoyed, making his horse run at high speed. Issei just stands there and dodges the knight's attack. Mistina, I will seal your powers, she said seriously while pointing with her scales, causing purple lines to come out of Issei's body. Gandoma, it's time to do it, Ledora, he said seriously. Ledora, well, Aaawayogre, starts to roar while turning into a dragon. With the public, everyone was seen shouting with excitement, while the commentator spoke. Commentator, just look how he starts to launch his attacks. It seems that the young Kurigane is not giving up after having received some attacks. I was not mistaken. He is not receiving them, but he is stopping them with just one hand. Look, we are swimming with just one hand, he said surprised. On the battlefield, Ledora was seen finishing roaring while her body turned into a dragon. Ledora, I'm ready, he said calmly. Gandoma, good, he said seriously while grabbing some cement columns that were lying there. Ledora grabs a large stone large enough to crush her opponent. Liban, what do you think about that? He said seriously while attacking with his gravity. Issei almost fell to the ground on his knees, but he didn't give up and stood firm. Gandoma, well, take that, he said seriously while attacking with his cement column. Ledora attacks with a rock, causing it to shatter. With the leaders, everyone looked calm while watching the game. Some were already surprised since Issei received a lot of serious damage, but was still standing. With Issei, the blonde was seen with his gaze down and raised his face forward. Issei, it's my turn, he said seriously as he stands up even though he is in the gravity attack, and then he stretches his arms and clenches his fist, causing the seal to break, even activating his weak mark. Liban/Mistina, that, he said surprised. Issei, here I go, he said seriously while advancing at a speed that even the knights can't see him. Poig spits blood. Bail entourage, Coriana, he said in shock seeing how she received a sword attack on her chest. Coriana, she just falls on her back while looking at the sky and shortly after disappears, teleporting to a hospital. Commentator, a bishop of Sorg Baal removed, he said in disbelief. Ledora, damn, he said annoyed while hitting him with his fists but was stopped by Issei. Issei, he just hits him under the mouth causing him to fly away. Baruka, he came quickly on his horse while pointing his spear at his target but was stopped. Issei, with one hand he stopped the spear but then he used force to lift his opponent and throw him brutally away from his horse friend. Baruka, Ploag, he groaned in pain. Issei stretches his arm as a sword appears and stabs it into the horse making it suffer in pain. Liban, damn, he said angrily. Mestina attacks with magic attack launched from different elements. Issei sees magic attack but with his sword he does his technique, full counter, doing the attack returns with double potential. Mestina, damn, she said annoyed while receiving the attack. Commentator, Sorg Baal's bishop eliminated, he said surprised. With the public. Everyone was seen screaming with emotion while watching the battle. Commentator, all of Sorg's nobles are incredible, except for the king and his pawn is dealing great damage, but his opponent is acting as if nothing happened. In addition, that boy Kurigane Issei is very strong. What do you think, Azazel-sama? He said in shock. Azazel, well, seeing it from here, that Issei boy is only showing a little of his true power. Besides, he is a very dangerous demon, especially with that attack that returns the magical attacks, heavens. I wouldn't like to think of having as an enemy thanks to that crazy old bearded man. He was referring to Elohim, who calmed his anger against us, he said surprised. Kono, Issei is facing them alone together, she said surprised. Odin, not to mention the confrontation with an army of a different race, and he also managed to hit me without me seeing, he said seriously while stroking his beard. Venelana, not to mention being so close to him in that manner really gave me the shivers, she said with fear. Kono, I was surprised since I never expected that comment. I see that I lost many things that happened. It's true, life is fun and sometimes it surprises me. I still remember when you told me that word that life surprises me, isn't it love? She said in her mind with a smile, while remembering her husband. Kaori, that's scary, she said with fear while watching the brutal battle. Yui, I think the same, she said scared. With Issei. The blonde was seen dodging the stones that the dragon threw until he finally decided to approach the knight who lost his horse, which he manages to hit him in the back, causing him to fall to the ground brutally while the ground becomes a hole due to the blow. Commentator, a knight of Sorg Baal eliminated, he said surprised. Issei, with his sword he launches a shortcut of darkness causing 2 towers to fall brutally. Baruka, damn it, take that from my gravity, he said seriously, making Issei fall again into gravity. Issei, I see you like gravity, so how about mine, he said seriously while pointing with his hand and lowering it. Baruka, when he was confused he didn't know what he was referring to, but a few seconds later he fell brutally. Issei, you liked gravity, didn't you? He said with a smile as he lowered his hand further, causing the knight to fall further into gravity until he could no longer bear it. Author's note: ignore Elizabeth Abesta in her normal mark. Commentator, a knight of Sorg Baal eliminated, surprising only Kurigane Issei has received some damage, but not as serious as Sorg's nobility. In addition, the only one left standing against his opponent Kurigane Issei is the queen, the 2 towers, their pawn and the king, surprising. Look how he hears the encouragement of the public, he said surprised, and then listens to the encouragement of the public. With Issei. The blonde was watching the last towers, which he decides to finish quickly. Issei moves at a speed which gives a cut to the towers, 1000 divine cut. Commentator, 2 towers and a queen of Sorg Baal eliminated, he said surprised. Look, there are only 2 members of the Baal clan left against Kurigane Issei, he said surprised. Only the last battle remained, Kurigane Issei and Sorg along with their pawn, which looks very serious. Who will win that battle? Chapter 47, The Battle of Issei and Sorg Part 2. After Issei defeated the Sorg members, only the king and his pawn were left preparing for battle. While Issei was only left looking at his opponent, the public people just remained silent, since they knew that it was the moment of an epic battle. Sorg, we will finish this battle, he said seriously. Peon Master Sama, he said seriously. Sorg, no, you stay here, I will go fight, he said seriously. Issei, if you want to fight alone so much, then come and attack me, he said seriously. Sorg, Ayakak, he screams while his body covers a glow of blue-white energy, and with speed he goes towards Issei and hits him in the face. Issei takes the hit. With Ingvild. The leaders were watching as they wanted to see the result of that battle. Some low-level members got goosebumps while Odin was interested in seeing the result, as were the leaders. Kaori, from here I feel a chill, she said in her nervous mind. Tsubasa, and we still haven't gotten used to Issei-san's presence, she said nervously. With Issei. The blonde was seen hitting his opponent, and Saigori returned it the same way. Issei, they kick him in the stomach, causing the demon to fly away. Sorg, he recovers from the blow and decides to elbow him in the head, which Issei stopped, but he still took advantage of hitting him near his knee. Issei, he feels the pain causing him to fall to his knees and sees the demon, seeing that he is about to receive a kick in the head which he covers with his arm. Upon receiving the blow he flies a few meters away from the demon. Damn you, he said annoyed as he launches himself with his sword with the intention of cutting him but is stopped. Sorg stops the sword attack with his Tuki-covered arm. Issei, take advantage of hitting him on the head, causing the demon to fly towards where his pawn is. Peon Sorg-sama, he said worriedly. Issei, well, I won't let your pawn help you, he said seriously. Peon Sorg-sama, please let me help you, he said worried. Sorg, ja okay, please lend me your strength Regulum, he said seriously. Peon, yes, he said seriously while taking off his mask and then begins to transform. The leaders are surprised since they never imagined that there was one with Saigori. Azazel, wow, I never imagined this, he said seriously. Commentator, can you explain to me what is happening here, Azazel-sama, he said in doubt and confused. Azazel is the great lion of Nemea who was killed by the famous Hercules, he said seriously. Commentator, wow, that I never imagined seeing a great being in front of my eyes, look how people are more excited, he said surprised. With Issei. Everyone looked tense until one of them spoke. Issei, well, you won't start, he said seriously. Sorg, okay, let's go Nemea, he said seriously. Nemea, wait, Saigori-sama, between the two of us we have no chance of facing him, he said seriously. Sorg, so what do you want me to do, he said seriously. Nemea, the only option is for officials to just use the balance breaker, he said seriously. Sorg, TKS doesn't give me another option since that's what I wanted to do because of a crisis in the underworld. Well, let's do it, we're going to show the power of a balance breaker lion, he said seriously. Nemea, yes, he said seriously while turning into armor. Sorg, look carefully, Kurigane Issei, this is the armor of my Nemea pawn, so let's start the battle, he said seriously while he hits Issei in the face. Issei dodges the blow, he became more veiled, he said seriously in his mind. Sorg, this is not over, hits him with his knee in the stomach. Issei Fwug spits blood. Sorg, he lunges to hit him on the head but is stopped. Issei, that's enough, he said seriously while showing his biggest mark and then pushing Saigori back and starting to punch his opponent in the face. Sorg Fwug spits blood. Issei decides to hit him again and another and another and another and another and another and another until he hit him harder, causing Saigori to go away a few meters. Sorg, he doesn't stay behind, he gets up and decides to return the blows he received. Issei receives a blow on his cheek but then receives another and another and another which gives him a harder one but then decides to kick Saigori under his rib. Sorg Fwug, he groaned in slight pain. Issei and Sorg were fighting for a good few minutes, either of them refusing to stop receiving and hitting him. With the leaders, everyone was surprised as they realized that Saigori could give Issei a bit of a fight. So the captain is having a bit of trouble, he said surprised. Ingvild, Gwauder, how could you get here, she said surprised. Gouder, a magician doesn't reveal his tricks, he said with a smile. Odin, hey brat, how come you're having a little trouble, he said in doubt. Gouder, well, the truth is, Captain, he has gotten used to fighting with his sword. It's rare that you've seen him fighting with his fists. That's why I told you that he's having a little difficulty. But I know that he'll get used to it later, he said calmly. With Issei. They both looked like their bodies were damaged by the blows they had given each other. Issei, that's all your power, he said seriously, which gives him a tremendous blow to his chest, making the armor break a little. Sorg sees the artificial sky while falling to the ground. I can't take it anymore, Okasan, he said while crying and fainting a little. Get up, never give up, understand Sorg, you have to get up, didn't you say you were going to fulfill your dream, she said seriously. Sorg gives the wake up sign. Issei, he realizes that a woman appeared out of nowhere, which is encouraging Sorg. Sorg, he realizes that he is receiving support from his mother, but he also receives support from his comrades who left the battle. He gets up fiercely, Arg, he screams while expelling his power. Cure again, Issei, I have a dream to fulfill, so I will not give up, no matter if you are stronger, I will defeat you, he said seriously while he lunges to hit him. Issei, he watched as he expelled his power. Issei just blinked and realized that his opponent was in front of him and received a blow to his stomach which he could not dodge. Fuwag. He expels a little blood but then gets upset, which comes back to him. With Ingvild. Titos were surprised as Saigori was losing, but then he raised his power even more and managed to hit Issei. Kono, wow, I never imagined that in this generation there was a demon that was feared, she said surprised. Michael, thank goodness father, we sealed the peace treaty, otherwise my brothers would have been at a disadvantage fighting that young demon, he said surprised. Ingvild, ouch, that's going to hurt, Issei-san is having a little difficulty, she said surprised and at the same time worried. With Issei. The dimension was seen all destroyed, Issei as well as Saigoro. His body was wounded. Issei had increased his mark to be able to fight more. Issei hit Sorg while he was being pierced. Sorg, Fuag, he receives the blow from Issei while his armor breaks a little in the place where he received the blow. Issei, Aowa, hits him in the face. Sorg, Aya, hits him back. Issei and Sorg did not give up and continued hitting until Issei said a few words. Issei, ha ha ha, that's funny, no demons wanted to face me, Saigori bailed, the only one who could face me was the Angel of Grace of the Sun and that person, so I congratulate you Saigori, you are the first demon who manages to give me a battle. Tell me Sorg, if I were the captain of the 10 Commandments I would choose you as a member of the 10 Commandments, he said seriously with a smile. Sorg, ha, so that later they humiliate me like those old men and that bastard, he said seriously. They didn't want me because I didn't have the power of destruction, he said annoyed. Issei, we, the 10 Commandments, do not matter. If you are talented in magic or you are talented in hand-to-hand combat, you will always be respected, believe me. Here the biblical races have already come into contact with the attack of 2 commandments. One who was talented in magic and the other was talented in spear, he said seriously. But now imagine those who have brutal strength that can eliminate giant creatures. Another has a brutal strength that can crush several enemies with one blow, and another only depends on attacking with magic or a sword but is too powerful. Now imagine the demons, how they tremble when they hear your name like in armor, plus the brutal strength that you have, he said seriously with a smile. Sorg, Jum, that sounds interesting, but even if you tell me that you want to join your soldiers I would refuse, he said seriously. Issei, then come and show me your true strength, Saigori Bale, explode all your power, scream with excitement. Sorg, well, he said seriously, Aawala, he shouts while expelling power. Issei, Aowiwag, he screams as his body is covered with his dark matter energy. Both of them launch themselves to hit each other while the public and the leaders are very surprised due to the battle that Issei and Saigori unleash. Either of them stopped. Issei, incredible, I never imagined a young demon with that power, he said seriously in his mind. Sorg, not every day there will be an opponent like him. It is better to give everything I have and come out victorious so I can fulfill my dream, he said seriously. Issei, this is where it ends, Sorg. he said seriously as his fist is covered in his dark energy, and he hits him. Sorg. Puig. He spits blood as he was again hit in the chest but then falls to the ground. Forgive me Nemia, forgive me guys, forgive me mother, I couldn't win for you, he said while crying, and a memory comes to him of how he met each one of his entourage. A memory comes to him of his mother with an elegant smile, and a painful memory also comes to him when he finds out about his mother's illness. The audience was very silent as they watched Sorg bail on the ground. The leaders are also excited about the fight, and at the same time worried about Bale since all the leaders know Issei's brutal power. They even consider him stronger than what they have seen. Commentator: well, what happened here? He said nervously as he saw the audience screaming with excitement, and they were all silent. One moment, you see someone leaving, and that's Sorg Bale. The winner is Kurigane Issei, he said surprised, but then they get scared after hearing the audience's emotions. Issei: Sorg, you were a good opponent, he said seriously while watching Sorg disappear, but then changes with a macabre smile. I'm interested in seeing how you manage to achieve your dream gem. You and Citri have a good dream. How I would like to see how far you go while jumping over the obstacles that will be in your way, he said with a smile, while disappearing from the dimension. After Issei leaves that dimension, he arrives at the place where everyone is. When he enters, he receives a hug. Ingvild, you idiot, why are you doing that? She said, a little annoyed, while tapping Issei on the head. Issei: I'm sorry, I just wanted to know your true strength, he said calmly. Ingvild Baka, she said, a little annoyed. Issei: I already asked for your forgiveness, what more do you want, my little Ingvild? He said calmly while giving her a kiss. Azazel: I'd bet he doesn't even suffer pain, Issei, he said mockingly. Issei: Of course I suffer, look, he said calmly while lifting his shirt and seeing several bruises from Segoro's blow. Everyone is shocked and even wondered if it was actually what they were seeing. Chapter 48: Unexpected Surprise. The whole room was very shocked by what I was seeing. Azazel: But what the hell, why? He said surprised. Issei: I never imagined fighting a strong demon, but when he used that armor his power increased even more. I admit it was an admirable opponent. In my world no one dared to fight me, not even the 10 commandments nor our enemies, he said calmly. Everyone was shocked and silent for 2 reasons. 1, he doesn't know what the races of the other world are like, and the other, he was surprised by the bruises that Sorg gave him. Issei: By the way, Azazel, I want to talk to you privately tonight at the place where you called me, he said seriously. Azazel: Okay kid, see you there, he said calmly. Everyone began to leave their home. Issei along with Ingvild and his mother went to a restaurant to eat. Hours later, a black-haired man is seen fishing until another person arrives. Azazel: Well, Issei, what did you want to know? He said calmly. Issei: When I was fighting with him, I was at the moment where he was unconscious for a short time. I managed to see a woman. That woman looked as if she was encouraging that boy, he said seriously. Azazel: I see, so it's Sorg Bale's mother, he said seriously. Issei: Mother, he said curiously. Azazel: That's right, I started to investigate who else had that disease and I found information about Sorg Bale's mother. Tell me, Issei: Ingvild had sleeping sickness, right? He said seriously while catching a fish. Issei: That's right, but what does she have to do with it? He said seriously. Azazel: Well, she also fell into a sleeping sickness, he said seriously. Well, now that it's night, come follow me, he said seriously as he gets up and creates a magic circle. Issei does what Azazel asks. Azazel and Issei went to a place nothing more and nothing less than a hospital. Upon arriving, Azazel enters and asks for the patient's number, but the nurse refuses. But Azazel tells her that he just wanted to know a little more about the disease in order to help him, which the nurse accepts. After Azazel received the patient's room number, he and Issei enter and find a woman sleeping peacefully. Azazel: She is Sorg's mother. Tell me she was the one you saw, isn't she? He said calmly. Issei: That's right, it's her, he said seriously. Azazel: We could never find a way to get rid of that disease. It's impossible to find it. In fact, the more he suffers from that disease, his magical power would be destroyed little by little until he dies. He said seriously. Issei, I see, he said seriously. Azazel, well, we have to go. I just wanted to show you. He said seriously. Issei and Azazel leave the hospital and return to the place where they met. Azazel, well, see you later in class, he said calmly as he left. Issei, he just stared at the sky. I wonder if she can bear it, he said seriously in his mind as he turns around to go home. It's very strange to see you here, Male. The last time we saw each other was when I lost control. Tell me what you want, Male, he said seriously. Male, since I was here you have not done anything with the intention of destroying humans, he said seriously. Issei, I left that side a long time ago, he said seriously. Male, I wonder if you changed for that woman, isn't that right? He said seriously. Issei, that's right, what's wrong with it, he said seriously. Male, remember, I'll be watching you, he said seriously as he covers himself with light and disappears. Issei, stand still. Well, I think I'll do it right now. That Bale boy doesn't have to be like that. Haha, stupid, always shows your face that nothing happens but in reality he suffers, he said seriously while he remembers the Bale demon but then creates a magic circle on his foot and disappears. In the underworld. Outside the hospital, Issei appears and walks outside the hospital looking for that woman's room. It only takes a few seconds and he enters through the window. Issei stares at the sleeping woman, raises his hand and creates a purple fire with a macabre smile. After a few minutes, Issei goes out the window of the room and creates a magic circle and disappears from that place. The next day. In the underworld. A demon boy was seen sitting on a bench in the hospital park talking to someone. Sorg, so you told my situation to cure again, Issei, he said seriously. Azazel, come on kid, I didn't tell you to kill him, he said with a smile. Sorg, that Kurigane has great strength, even his blows gave me cramps, he said calmly. Azazel, ha 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 ha, that boy is really scary, he said with a smile, but I always wondered about that, he said seriously. Sorg, what did he think, he said in doubt. Azazel, I was wondering what life would be like if Issei wasn't thrown into that dimension. Maybe we wouldn't have to deal with those demons from another dimension, he said seriously in doubt. Sorg, perhaps even if that Kurigane was not thrown into that dimension, perhaps they would suffer from the loss of knowing anything about that existence, he said seriously. Azazel, you're right, he said seriously. Sorg, Sama, desperate scream. Sorg, what's happening? Why are you upset? He said worried. Servant, ah ha 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 ha, your aha mother, you have to see your mother Saigori-sama, he said desperately. Sorg along with Azazel and the servant went to the room. When they arrived, the only thing they saw was several doctors, but Sorg walked between them until he reached the bed, which opened his eyes more when he saw what was happening, and he got on his knees and began to cry. Azazel, the only thing that was enough was to see. He saw a woman sitting on the bed while the woman looked at her son and caressed him. Sorg, mother, he said while crying. Mother, you have grown a lot, son, she said happily. Sorg, I still have things to overcome, he said with tears while looking at his mother. Azazel, he leaves the room and leaves the hospital. What did he do to wake her up? Could it be because of the demonic power that Issei emanates? No, I don't think that's it, he said seriously while looking at the hospital. Sorg went to announce about the return of his mother to his people, who followed things that made them even happier, especially his entourage, since they were eager to appear before her as their faithful comrades. Of course, some members of the Bale clan family were quite upset. Not only that happened, he even went to announce to his Aunt Venelana things that made her happier, knowing that she would soon see her sister again. Venelana did not hesitate, and made a party for her sister's return. She announced it to Rias and Milikas as well as everyone else. They were happy. Surzek gave an invitation to Issei and Ingvild along with his mother and accompanied by the mischievous fallen angel Azazel. Issei, wow, there are quite a few people just to celebrate the return of a person, he said seriously. All the guests turned to see Issei, things that surprised them since they never imagined that he was coming too. Rias, like just to celebrate, she said annoyed. Surzek, Calm down, Rias. I invited him. I wanted Kuragain to meet his rival's mother, he said calmly. Mother, that face sounds familiar to me. I think I saw it that night, she said doubtfully. Issei. I see, so you were able to resist it, he said seriously, causing everyone to get confused. Azazel, what do you mean by that, Issei? He said in doubt. Issei, you explained so much about that disease to me, but you didn't ask me if I knew how to remove it, he said seriously. Azazel, oh, but how stupid I was, he said a little annoyed while he slapped his forehead with his hand while a drop of sweat fell from the others. Well, what does that mean? He said curious. Issei, first Ingvild, he said calmly, causing the aforementioned to become upset. She had that illness. Haven't you realized that she no longer falls asleep? He said calmly. Everyone was surprised because what he said was true. Issei, I had to give her some dark matter energy which I realized could withstand the weight and power of that energy, just like that demon woman did the same, he said seriously. Of course she would fall back into eternal sleep if they were to kill me, he said seriously. Okay, ignore the brand. Azazel, ha 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 ha, you kill yourself, ha 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 ha, how do you think even having that tremendous power they can kill you? He said with laughter while some members who were there also gave him a slight laugh. Issei, I do not deny it, in that dimension there are two very powerful beings. Even someone like me would try not to face them, he said seriously. Surzex, so there is someone much more powerful than you, Kuragain, he said seriously. Issei, that's right, they are known as gods, he said seriously. Michael, gods, he said in doubt. Azazel, nah, if we join our strength we will be able to face it, he said calmly. Issei, do whatever you want, but if they touch this world, rest assured that just by feeling their power, they will destroy the whole world, he said seriously. After confessing some things she was scared, but Venelana tried to change the subject to celebrate that person who just woke up after so many years while in another place so desolate there were beings talking about a subject. Soon we will make the move to constitute that world, he said seriously. Well, at least we got rid of those beings who think they are strong just because they had us, he said seriously. So what information have you obtained? He said seriously. I heard about an assignment for demons to raise their rank, he said calmly. Assign, seriously, those are demons, how pathetic, they make me want to vomit, he said seriously. Well, what else can we do? He said seriously. Yeah, I want to go and kill that bastard. He'll pay me for the humiliation you caused me, he said annoyed. Silence, and you better not make any cautious moves, because if not you would be the perfect target to eliminate you, he said seriously. Why, how do they think they can kill us? He said seriously. Hey, remember that they have the traitor. Most likely that traitor will have already said how to confront us, she said seriously. You see, at least she understands the situation, unlike you, he said seriously. Shut your mouth, you dwarf brat, annoyed scream. Back with Issei. A redhead is seen standing in front of his guests, some of whom are enjoying dinner. Surzex, well, since you are here I can give you a warning, he said calmly. Akeno, Himegina and Kiba Yuto are the only members who will be named as middle-class devils, he said calmly. The aforementioned did not know what to say but still accepted it happily, and went to prepare for that day of assignment. Chapter 49, Trapped by the Enemy Heroes. After Surzex gives an invitation to rank assignment to Akeno and Yuto, meanwhile at Minako's house a meeting had been established between the young people of the Citri and Gremry clan along with Issei and Ingvild, and their mother Minako's parents are also present. Sona, what is the reason we were called Azazel? She said in doubt. Rias, I don't know, she also said in doubt. Issei, that's awkward, he said seriously as he feels the gaze of his ex-father. Damn bird, when you see him he won't get away with it, he said seriously and annoyed as he was heading to the entrance but stopped as a magic circle appeared. Everyone was attentive or waiting for Azazel to come out in a magic circle that lights up until it disappears, which is when Valley appears along with his comrades, also Azazel, but the other person, some member who was in the Haida house, began to be afraid of him, and that is how Ophis appeared. Azazel, how good that judge, he said calmly but did not finish speaking because he received a blow from Kaneo. Kaneo, Azazel, you better give me an explanation of how you could bring Ophis if she is the leader of Chaos Breeds, she said, annoyed while pointing a red spear. Everyone excepting Ingvild and Issei began to fear the presence emanating from the red spear, and Minako's parents began to be afraid of Kaneo since they say that she is actually a true demon. Likewise, Ingvild's new members were scared of both things, the spear and Kaneo. Azazel, he notices that she was wearing a skirt and sees her underwear, which he smiles at. Wow, Kaneo, you're an adult now that you wear strawberry underwear, he said with a smile. Kaneo blushes, which hits him like a ball with his spear, which makes Azazel fly away and is penetrated into a wall. Damn, Azazel, you'll pay for this, damn pervert, she said nervously, upset and blushing knowing that he saw her underwear while she covers herself further by putting her skirt between her legs. Everyone sweats a drop at Azazel's behavior. Kaneo, but the most important thing is to explain to us what you are doing here, she said seriously. Sona, that would be a violation of the trust of the Azazel Alliance, she said seriously. Azazel, calm down, I brought him here because she wanted to know about Minako and Vala, he said calmly. Minako and me, she said surprised. Azazel, not only that, Issei has news for you, he said seriously. Valley, it seems that these commandments have been separated for a long time, he said seriously. Azazel, maybe he's up to something, he said seriously. Days later. After a long talk that Azazel had with the members who were in Minako's house, they talked about the reason why Ophis is with Vala and his company. Today is the day of assignment of middle-class demons. Yui, she is surprised because she saw many people. Kori, same as her friend while being guided by Ingvild's mother. Azazel, Yuto and Akeno must go prepare for their assignment, he said calmly, which they both accepted. An hour after waiting, several demons had finally shown up. In order to pass their assignment, they had to pass the test, which was magic, talent, strength, concentration, and demonic writing, which Kiba and Akeno passed easily. Hours after the assignment ended, everyone entered a hotel to celebrate their assignment. Everyone was seen enjoying themselves. Lefei, excuse me, she said nervously while talking to the boy. Issei, tell me, he said calmly. Lefei, your magic is very interesting. Would you mind showing it to me? She said calmly. Issei, do you want to learn? He said seriously. Lefei, yes, he said happily. That conversation between the demon and the magician drew the attention of the members who were there because everyone knows Issei's behavior, as well as the magician's behavior. They know that she likes to study all kinds of magic. Issei, I'm sorry, that magic is very dangerous. It is so powerful that your body will not last long enough to control the magic of dark matter, he said seriously. Lefei, I see, he said discouragedly. Issei, the reason it's dangerous is because that magic devours your feelings, he said seriously. Ignore the brand in front. Everyone had already understood the reason that Issei had no feelings, only a fixed gaze, and he liked to kill, and one of them was going to ask if that was true, but out of nowhere everyone feels a small chill and realizes that the atmosphere became like a violet mist. Tsubasa, what is that? Are we under attack by a terrorist? She said surprised. Issei, TKS don't know how to give up, he said seriously while looking at the window. Azazel, those are, he said seriously and looks out the window. Kaneo, so those are the heroes who kidnapped Yasaka, huh? She said seriously while looking at the people who were there. Ruruko, Azazel-sensei, look here, she said with fear. Azazel goes to see where she is, looks out the window and gets upset. TKS fates, do you mean they are the work of Hades? He said annoyed. Sona, we are rodeo, she said seriously. Ingvild, I see-san, she said a little worried, but sees that he is not paying attention and sees in the same place where he is looking, that is, she said surprised. Kaneo, what's going on? She said curiously. Issei, 2 commandments are here, he said seriously. Everyone was frozen as one remembered the massacre that happened in Kyoto, things that have not yet recovered from the attack. Yasaka said that there were casualties of soldiers as well as civilians. Azazel, in the meantime, we have to find a way out of here. That building is covered by a barrier. Tell me, Issei, do you think you can destroy it? He said seriously, looking at the boy. Issei, no, because this barrier is destroyed, it will be repaired again, he said seriously. Kaneko, senpai is right, there are 2 points of that barrier, one below where the car stations are and the last one is on the roof, she said seriously. Azazel, TKS how troublesome, he said seriously. Issei, Minako, he said seriously, making everyone look at him. Enter the balance breaker, have increased and fire with your cannon, one pointing up and the other down, he said seriously. Minako, do you think I can do it? She said nervously. Drake, do what he told you. You must know that for you and the target there will be many challenges that will make you overcome with drops of blood and sweat to overcome the obstacle, he said yes. Minako, I'll do it, she said seriously. After what Issei said to Minako, he prepared himself and fired with great magical power, destroying the ceiling and the floor while the others were near the wall. The plan worked and the barrier was removed. Azazel, now we have to defeat the bearer of the dimension to be able to leave, he said seriously while the others go down. Everyone had come down except for the parents Hayatu, who is pale because of the situation. Chow chow, I see that they have already come out of their hiding places, he said calmly while they watched traveling from the sky. Azazel, chow chow, what does that mean? He said seriously while touching the ground, since they came from the sky and behind them are the others. Kori, that makes me nervous, she said with fear. Yui, me too, well at least Azazel sensei gave us something, he said it would help us a lot, she said nervously. Chow chow, well I just wanted a rematch with Kurigane Issei, he said calmly. George, do it, he said calmly with a smile. George, yes, he summons a magic circle on the ground, but when it shines 3 screams are heard. Vitra, bastard, how did you think you bring that? I scream angrily with fear. Albion, that thing is more dangerous than you think, annoyed scream in fear. Drake, everyone get out of here, I'm about to bring that creature, annoyed scream in fear. Azazel, what's happening? He said curious and worried. Ari. A sound took over, everyone began to be afraid of it. Only one of them realized quickly and warned everyone to get as far away as possible, which the others were confused about, but they listened to him and walked away. Azazel, chow chow, how the hell did you get that beast who was sealed in Cositis? He said seriously. Issei, what is that thing? Azazel, he said seriously. Chow chow, fufufu, that's Samel Kurigane Issei, he said seriously. Azazel, listen to me well, that's for everyone from the beginning when the old bearded man created the world together with the humans, but a snake was the one who deceived the humans, making them eat the forbidden fruit. The old man, when he found out what happened with his fury, created a beast to kill the dragons and snakes, and that beast is that creature that we have here in front of us, but be careful because just by touching its claws or teeth it brings poison so powerful, not only in that but also its blood, a poison so powerful that it not only destroyed the body but the soul, he said seriously. Minako, now I understand why I feel chills, she said with fear. Azazel, it is obvious since this creature was created to kill dragons and those who stand in its way. The old man, upon learning that it was dangerous for all existence, decided to seal it, he said seriously. Samel, Aarg, roars and goes straight to Ophis, who is rolled up while biting him on the shoulder. Everyone realizes how fast he was since he managed to catch Ophis. Azazel, curse it, let it go, he said seriously while throwing a spear of light. Kaneo summons his spear and throws it too. Samel, Aarg, roars at the attack but still doesn't let go. Issei falls on top of Samel to attack with his sword covered in purgatory fire. Samel realizes and looks up. Aarg roars and releases Ophis, which goes straight to Issei. Issei, he realizes that Samel is going straight to him and decides to attack him at once. Samel, Aarg, he rules but manages to catch his arm. Issei, Yuichi, feels a little pain from the bite. Everyone, Issei-sen/senpai/kun, was worried because he was attacked by Samel. Samel, he applies force, causing Issei to be slammed to the floor, and then applies force as if he had torn him off. Issei, he stands up without one arm and in the other he only held the sword. Kaneo, It's okay, Issei, she said worried. Issei, I'm fine, I was just bitten, Azazel. I'll take care of that creature, you guys will take care of it, he said seriously. Azazel, you're crazy, how can I leave that? Plus, you're missing an arm and you've already been poisoned, he said annoyed. Issei, he just stretches his arm where he was bitten, and from that bite a purple line comes out which goes away and connects to his arm that was torn off. On the torn off arm he just moves his hand pointing at Samel's face and throws the purgatory fire. Samel, Aerarg, he groaned in pain and releases his arm. Issei takes advantage and attaches it to his arm. Issei, he lights himself in purgatory fire where he was torn off and bites them. Azazel, he watches what happens. You know I'd better leave it to you, he said surprised. Well, we'll take care of them, he said seriously. Chow Chow attack, he said seriously while pointing his spear. The Grim Reapers that came with Chow Chow began to attack him. Sona and her entourage along with Rias and her entourage fought with them. Not only them but also Vala and his comrade joined by order of Azazel since he realized that Vala wanted to attack Samel, but he knows that that is the greatest weakness of the dragons. Fighting with Samel only brings him certain death. Kaneo with his spear attacked along with his ice magic but is attacked by a hero who calls himself Hercule. Heracles, gee, I will be your opponent, he said with a smile. Kanoa, she just looked serious and prepared to attack. On the other hand, Ingvild is attacked by Sigil because he knows he was strong and defeated his friend Jenner. Siegfried, I know you're in trouble since we sealed all the water that was here, he said seriously and with a smile. Ingvild, he just looks at the floor which gives him a smile and raises his gaze towards his opponent, and the only thing he sees is him pointing his sword at Ingvild which behind him several Grim Reapers come out. Oh, she said surprised but takes out her wings and flies back where the cars are parked. Ingvild got lost in the darkness while the Grim Reapers followed, but in that darkness the only thing he heard was the sound of the attack and defending himself he decided to enter but was attacked by various ice and water spears. Siegfried, he realizes that something is wrong. How is it possible that there is water? We are supposed to seal the pools and rivers where there is water, he said surprised. Now you see, there is little fear. Ingvild, maybe they sealed everything but not the water pipe, she said calmly coming out with 2 water swords. Siegfried gets a little scared. Elsewhere, members of Ingvild Castes and Niriyama were both attacking. Yui, I hate to admit it but thanks to Issei we can fight well, she said calmly while pointing her sword at the Grim Reapers. Kaori, that's right, even though Issei was harsh with us during training, she said seriously. Both did not know that they were losing sight of an opponent. It was none other than Chow Chow, who was going to attack with his spear but was stopped by an ice shield. Yui/Kaori notices the ice shield and looks back and it was Kaneo. Kaneo, you don't have to lose sight of everything. With a carelessness it's the end of your life. It's clear that there's still a lot to learn, she said seriously while looking at the girls and then looks at the thread barrier which disintegrates it and sees Chow Chow. I will be your opponent, she said seriously. Chow Chow, Jujuju the mother of Ingvild Leviathan, it would be an honor to fight with you, he said with a smile. Elsewhere, Hercules was seen lying with a wound in his leg. Heracles, ugh, that woman is strong, he said seriously. Elsewhere, 2 silhouettes were seen watching the confrontation. Well, look. They are strong, especially that girl who hid in the darkness and then came out victorious, she said happy and surprised. If she had been born in our world she would be capable of destroying an entire army, or rather she could sink a town with just water, he said seriously. Besides, isn't that woman holding a red spear who was revived by? He said in doubt and surprised. With Sona and Rias. Rias and Sona along with their entourage, Vala along with his company are battling against the Grim Reapers but suddenly they stop fighting as they all felt a tremor. Sona, what is that? Is something big coming? She said surprised while sweating from nervousness. Everyone was in doubt until suddenly several columns of water appeared. George, how impossible is it supposed to seal water? He said surprised. Those water columns produce water dragons which begin to attack the fates. One of them threw a spike of water or ice and then it turned into drops and returned to the dragons. Ingvild, don't you mind if I join you? She said calmly. Sona, that means you control those dragons, she said surprised. Honey, one day she may surpass the current Lucifer himself, she said in her mind, surprised and nervous about his power. The members who were there fighting with the Grim Reapers stood there watching as part of the Grim Reapers' army was destroyed. Chapter 50. Samel is sealed and calm before the storm. After they started the battle, everyone started fighting together while Issei was fighting the creature called Samuel. Issei jumps on the building to climb to the top while Samel follows him very close to the windows, causing them to break after having passed. He turns around in the position of falling but puts his feet on the window and does it with force, leaving a hole in the window from having broken. He falls and with a punch he hits him in the face, causing Samel to fall brutally. That thing is really annoying, he said seriously while going down while looking at a hole in the ground. With Azazel. He was fighting with the fates helping his students, but then he hears a roar and Samel comes out of the ground. Samel, Areawarg, attacks Minako. Mina, feels a pain in her arm which was a scratch from Samel, and she gets as far away as she can. Samel, Areawarg, he goes straight to Vala and manages to scratch his back. Vala feels a pain in his back which goes away quickly. Samel, Areawarg, he roars while looking at the dragons but realizes that one dragon is missing and searches for it until he finds it and goes straight to it. Minako, Saji, be careful, he's coming after you, scream of fear. Saji, he realizes too late and sees Samel behind him, who is going to receive an attack from Samel, but due to his luck of surviving, he didn't get to receive the attack. Samel realizes he is being pulled back. Everyone is surprised because only one person is able to catch him. Everyone, Issei said surprised. Issei grabs Samel's tail tighter and pulls to throw him towards a building. Samel, Arg, annoyed roar. Issei, I feel a great hatred towards this world, he said seriously in his mind. That creature is a perfect weapon to eliminate a powerful opponent, he said seriously. But seeing it, it looks a lot like the demon Albion since that thing is made to destroy, he said seriously while dodging the claws. Samel, Aerjarg, blonde with his tail, tried to hit a car which flew towards Issei. Issei, seeing that car, he decided to split it in two, but when he finished splitting it he sees Samel heading towards Issei. Samel, Areawarg, he bites his shoulder and starts shaking him like his prey as if he wants to eat him. Issei, he is being beaten by Samel while he tries to attack him with his sword in the eye, but he couldn't anymore if his sword came out of his hand due to all the beatings Samel gave him. Samel, Aerjarg, he roars in pain and looks back and sees a girl stabbing her ice sword into his tail. Aerg, he tries to bite him but can't. Ingvild, Issei-san, are you okay? She said worriedly. Issei, yes, but that thing is problematic. Wait, I got an idea. Ingvild, call your mother, we'll need it, he said seriously. On the other hand, Azazel is helping with his students, especially with Kaori and Yui. That was because Kano threatened him that you would take care of him or else he would suffer. Azazel, a flame reaches him from Ingvild. Ingvild, sensei, we will need your help, he said through the call. Azazel, tell me what you want, he said seriously while dodging an attack. Ingvild, I need you to go and cover my mother, she is fighting with Chow Chow. I need her to be able to seal Samel, she said seriously. Azazel, okay, I'll do it. I just want that damn Samel to go away. Just feeling his presence and his roar gives me the creeps, he said seriously while going to look for Kano. After Azazel did not hesitate and went to look for Kono, which he finds fighting. Azazel, wow, both of them hold spears, a battle between spears, that would be epic, but I'm not here to see it, he said with a smile, but then he raises his arm, which makes a spear of light come out and attacks Chow Chow. Kono, hey bird, don't get involved in that, she said seriously. That's the spear he used. Azazel, Ingvild needs you, he said seriously as he stands next to her. Kono, what does she want? She said worriedly. Azazel, I will try to seal Samel. Go wait and be well, Chow Chow. I will be your opponent now, he said seriously while watching Kono leave. Chow Chow, well, let's start, he said seriously. Azazel, you will regret it, he said seriously. Balance breaker, he said seriously as a golden armor appears that covers Azazel. With Ingvild. Ingvild is fighting with Issei, trying to reduce the resistance he has in addition to having so much hatred for dragons and a great thirst for blood that he wishes to destroy everything in his path. Kono, Issei, Ingvild is okay, she said worriedly. Ingvild, yes, mother, I'm fine, she said calmly. Issei, well, the only way to seal it is to trap it with an ice stake, he said seriously. But if only one person does it, the seal will not be strong enough to withstand Samel, he said seriously. Kano, so you mean that between Ingvild and I we gather the power to seal it, right? She said seriously. But that will take us a little time. She said seriously. Issei, do it, I'll give him time, he said seriously while addressing Samel. Samel, Areawarg, roars but then goes towards him. Kono, well Ingvild, we must join your seal with mine, she said seriously while stretching her arm and the magic circle with the Leviathan symbol comes out. Ingvild, yes, she said seriously while joining her hand with her mother, making the circle bigger. Everyone was fighting, but then they stopped because they realized something. The temperature of the environment had started to drop dramatically, and some began to feel cold. Minako, what is that? She said surprised. Drake, I'll start adjusting your temperature, he said seriously. Minako, what does that mean? She said surprised, but out of nowhere she begins to feel that the cold is going away. The cold is gone, she said surprised. Drake, you're wrong. Adjust your temperature. It seems that the mother and daughter of the Leviathan family have created an ability that only that family can use, he said seriously. But in the meantime, go with the others and tell them to get together to share the heat. I'll explain it later, he said seriously. Minako did what her partner said, called for everything, and they met. Minako activated a barrier that only covers her comrades, making them share the heat. Momo, how cold, he said, shivering from the cold while kneeling. Sona, what just happened, she said, trembling while looking outside where the fates froze. Drake, it's a technique that Levi then used on us, he said seriously. Albion, it's true, but that only caused us a little pain, he said seriously. Azazel, I never thought that there was an heir to that technique, he said seriously while his beard froze and ice sprang out, and he died of cold. That technique is called Celestial Absolute Zero, he said seriously. With Issei. Samel realizes what is happening, but even if he does not, refuse to attack him with hatred and rage, attacking and dodging Issei's attacks. Kono, the seal is already there, Issei. It's time to seal it, he said seriously. Issei, well, I'll do it hard, he said seriously. Areawarg, he screamed while his body was covered in a storm of dark matter which came out with his assault mode. Areawarg, he began to attack Samel, managing to give him some cuts. He cut him on the back, hands, face, arm, shoulder and legs, and also took out his sword, but it was made of dark matter, and his magic sword stabbed Samel in the back and nailed him to the ground. Samel, Areawarg, tries to get up but can't. Issei, now do it, he said seriously. Kono, okay daughter, do it now, she said seriously. Ingvild, yes, she said seriously. Kono slashing Ingvild, Celestial Absolute Zero, they shouted while the magic circle shone. Samel, Areawarg, he tried to escape but he couldn't anymore, his body was starting to freeze. Issei, there is still a lack, he said seriously while he sticks the palm of his hand to the ground and purgatory fire comes out. He goes to Samel, coming out like a chain made of purgatory fire. With that they will not be freed easily, he said seriously. Samel, Areawarg, he tries to escape but he could not even move his hand. Then the seal reached his head, which made Samel stop roaring. Not only the seal but also the chain made of purgatory fire covered his entire body. Ingvild, ha, finally, she said tiredly as she falls to the ground. With Chow Chow. The heroes are seen inside a barrier that their friend Gor created, which he noticed before and called his comrade, and they gathered to be protected from his barrier. Chow Chow, TKS Gor, take it back to its place, he said seriously. Ugh, that hurts, he said in pain. Jean, Siegfried, don't tell me that you were defeated by that demon woman, she said seriously, since she never imagined that he would get hurt. A few minutes passed and the cold stopped, but Drake still decided to seal it. Ruruko, what is that? She said, surprised seeing the place covered in ice and snow. She said in shock. Sona, it is a power beyond one Sama, she said, surprised and at the same time a little scared. Kaori, that's scary, and we still haven't gotten used to that world, she said nervously and coldly. Yui, yes, she said nervously and coldly. Kaori-san, Yui-san, happy cry. Everyone looked at the place where the voice came from and saw Ingvild along with Kono and Issei arriving. Azazel, and what happened to Samel? He said doubtfully and seriously. Ingvild, don't worry, sensei, we sealed it, she said happily while showing him her perfect finger. Tsubasa, Azazel-sensei said seriously. Everyone looks at the person who called and later the heroes are seen coming out of their seal. Ciao ciao, I'm leaving for now because of the storm. But remember that word, I'll come back for you, he said seriously as he disappears into the darkness. Azazel, well, now Drake Albion Vitra needs your help, he said seriously. Drake, what's happening? He said seriously. Azazel, I need it because I want to summon Yunlog along with the old monkey, he said seriously. The three dragons did not hesitate, and used their power to bring him. It took a few minutes for the dragon to arrive along with the monkey. As Azazel said, of course they had to tell him what happened, and he also asked if he could remove Samel's poison that had happened to Minako and Vala. Saji was lucky to save his ass. They also asked Issei, but the answer that Issei left surprised him. Issei, the poison has no effect on me, and I also used my purgatory fire to burn the poison, he said seriously with a smile and sitting without his assault mode power. The others are all trying to recover thanks to Asia's healing power. On the other hand, Minako's parents were sitting on the ground scared since they never thought of a situation like this, but only one person kept looking at the window. Azazel, what's wrong, Issei? He said seriously. Issei, the commandments have just moved, there is a high possibility that they will attack, he said seriously. If that happens, no one will be able to face them, they will only be a hindrance, he said seriously, causing everyone to have an arrow fall through his body with a letter that says hindrance. Azazel, well, if we try to get out of that place so they don't attack us, he said seriously as he returns to the others to tell them the plan. Issei, well, I can't find any flaws in your logical mind. It's a good plan to get out of here, he said seriously. Azazel and Issei turn around to return to the others, but Issei notices something and pulls out his sword. Azazel, seeing what is happening, also looks back and all he sees was a large attack. Issei, full counter, he said seriously. Paw. The building shook brutally all the alley to the 9th floor, then they regained their sight and saw the building destroyed almost 5 floors, 2 below and 2 above, counting the floor where it is. Were you able to understand my attack? He said sighing. Azazel, just what I feared, now we are more than dead, he said seriously while he saw 2 silhouettes, one looked flying and the other looked big. Everyone was shaking with fear as they would never imagine being attacked again.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.